Okay, guys, please be seated. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. A very warm welcome to all the delegates and the participants here. It's wonderful to see such a fantastic turnaround today. We are gathered here in Bangalore for what promises to be an insightful and highly informative days. For who attended our previous workshops in Delhi and Ahmedabad this year, welcome back. For our new attendees, we are thrilled to have you join us for this crucial discussion. We'll start with our inaugural session. I will welcome Mr. Raj Shekhar, Deputy Drug Controller, Central Drug CDSCO, Bangalore Zone. Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, who will give us update on the previous workshops. Mr. Gaurav Agrawal, Co-Chairman, CII National Medical Technology Forum and Managing Director, Involution Healthcare. Dr. Tasleem Syed, CEO and Director, Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms, CCAM. We'll start with the welcome address from Mr. Gaurav Agrawal.
A very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome this beautiful wintry morning in Bangalore. My sincere apologies for the 10-15 minute delay. Unfortunately, our chief guest for today, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, couldn't be with us today for a pressing engagement. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you on behalf of CII. I'd like to welcome everybody on stage. I would also like to welcome our colleagues from CDSCO and state drug control organizations, respected colleagues from industry, academia, partners, and all the delegates present here today. Thank you very much for CCAMP to hold this event. It is extremely heartening for me to tell you that this is the third such industry interface with the top regulators in the country, which goes to affirm their commitment to the medical device industry. Thank you very much, Dr. Asim Sahu, sir. Thank you very much, everybody else. Raj Shekhar ji. First, let me take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the CDSCO. Over the last 3 workshops, we've learned that the turnaround time for approval of medical devices in the country has remained the same, while the strength of people handling medical devices department has remained the same and the number of applications is doubled. A lot of times, I'd like to give a huge round of applause, for the regulators for creating a very... So today, the medtech sector in India is truly poised for transformative growth. This was shared by Shri Piyush Goyal ji in his last address at the CII National MedTech Summit, where he said, India today cannot have modest goals. The world is looking at India not as a consumer. Of course, we are a very large consumer, but as a leader in several areas of deep tech, and medical devices is no exception. So today, we also say that the medical device industry is at an inflection because of the recent geopolitical turn of events where non-tariff and tariff trade barriers are being increased. I think it's a time that with the help of a very supportive regulator, we build the brand India, where products that are designed, manufactured and approved in India have the stamp of seal of quality, trust and reliability. So I think CDSCO is paving the path for ensuring that the devices made in India help the brand made in India, and devices made in India are exported like pharmaceuticals. We are the pharmacy of the world. Our pharmaceuticals are exported to over 100 countries, including some of the most advanced countries in the world. I think we have a few examples within medical devices, like our medical consumables and the stent industry. We have representatives from Sejanan which exports tends to about 90 countries today. And I think it's just a matter of time when we make the transition from volume to value. We are looking at a time in the country where everything from MRIs to CT scans to cath labs to linear accelerators are being built in India. And it's a matter of time before they start shining on the global stage. Having said that, it is very encouraging that CDSU has um, steadily been aligning with international frameworks. We are all aware that there's a global harmonization task force. CDSU is constantly aligning standards to ensure that what is made in India and approved in India is accepted globally. You know, the periodic safety update report module and its reporting mechanisms, also the alignment with digitization initiatives like integration into the national single window clearance system. These are all huge enablers. And at the same time, CDO's published guidance and FAQs make it very clear that license holders are responsible for reporting post-marketing surveillance studies. You know, having said that, the industry has raised a few practical concerns. I think that should be constructively addressed here. And I'd strongly encourage all the participants to use this opportunity, the third such that I've attended in less than a year, to ask questions directly and get your concerns addressed. We have a very unique session for the first time, a 45-minute session for startups to directly engage with the regulators, talk about what kind of regulatory pathways exist for Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D devices. Please make full use of that. Unfortunately, it's towards the end of the session today. So the practical concern, one is the clarity of PMS submission process. While PSUR and SUGAM modules exist and are intended for online submission, a lot of companies are not very clear on a step-by-step guidance for PMS datasets and PSURs. I think greater clarity on that will help, clear the process on submission of PMS documents. Guidance on reliability and durability studies done under IMDR. This has been another area where the industry seeks help. Industry requests more specific guidance on how reliability studies should be designed. There are over 3,000 categories of devices in India classified as diagnostics, consumables, implantables, medical equipment, and all of them have very different protocols for reliability studies. We seek the Honorable CDSCO's guidance on how those studies could be designed and uploaded. I think addressing these practical gaps and targeted training would make compliance easier, which today seems to be a bit of a challenge, especially for startups. And this is a submission from the industry. With that, on behalf of CII, let me once again warmly welcome each one of you to this important workshop. I look forward to very insightful deliberations, meaningful outcomes that will make Brand India shine bright on the global stage. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaurav. Next, I welcome Mr. Rajshekhar for his address.
Good morning, everyone. I extend heartiest welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Dr. Taslim Arif Sayed, CEO and Director of CCAMP, Mr. Gaurav Agrawal, Co-Chairman CII, and Asim Sahuji, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDSCO Headquarter, Medical Device Division. And also, I welcome to my colleagues from headquarter as well as zonal office, colleagues, and all the participant stakeholders and guests. This workshop is being conducted under the able guidance of respected DCGA, sir, Dr. Raju Singh Raghuvamshi ji. Due to some unavoidable circumstance, Today, sir is not here. So this workshop is carefully crafted to emphasize the provisions under the existing medical device rules 2017 to ensure the safety and performance of the medical device as the medtech sector. Medtech sector play a critical role in diagnostic treatment of the patient care. We'll also focus on the evolving landscape of the medical device regulations and market in India. In India, the regulatory environment for medical devices has undergone significant transformation has taken place over last 7 years. All the medical devices are now brought under the regulation with implementation of medical device 2017. That was effective from January 2018. And also we have come up with the various implementations, amendment from last 7 years. And as you know that in 2020, we have come up with the definition of medical devices. All medical devices are attract the drug definition, that section 3B4, effective from 1/4/2020. MDR Rule 2017 has laid down the comprehensive regulatory provision for the import, manufacturing, clinical investigation, and performance evaluation, sale, distribution of medical devices on risk-based criteria. The rule, that said rule, simple, specific, very clear, and very timeline manner work how we will perform by the CDSCO. And also, this is keeping in a mind to take the concern, and it was to consider as a ease of doing business. Some specific provisions like we are introduced, like Sugam portal, MD portal. This is online for certification, licensing, all the activities we have to made in online. And also we do have the stipulated timeline for processing of the applications. And also under these rules, we have notified, or they are registered the notified bodies to assess the quality management system to comply with the ISO 13485. And also we have exempted, we have given exemption of audit for class A medical devices based on the risk category. And also we have exempted for the from the from the license regime, that class A and class C medical devices, that is non-sterile and non-measurable. And also we recently we are exempted for the sterilization procedure from the low license sterilization procedures. Being an apex regulatory of the country, CDSCO has been actively working to strengthen, to enhance the compliances, and to harmonize the MD medical device regulation on par with the global standard, specifically with that US FDA, European Union MDR, TG Australia, Health Canada, and PMDA Japan. These efforts are aimed to fostering innovation while ensuring the patient safety. In India, medtech sector has witnessed the significant growth driven by the technology advancement, increasing the healthcare demands, and supportive government policies. The rapid growth and innovation in the medtech sector present both the opportunities and challenges. The medical device have shorter shelf life, say on average 3 to 5 years. Due to the rapid tech advancement, as old model become obsolete, once new model with the smarter, safer, and more efficient on our design. This drives continuous innovation and higher R&D cost in medtech sector compared to the pharmaceutical sector. If you see the currently, the Indian medtech sector valued about 12 billion US dollars, which is lesser compared to the pharmaceutical sector, that is 50 billion dollars. Though India has a small share of the global medical tech market, it is one of the fastest growing segment, expected to grow at 15% compounded annual growth rates due to rising healthcare demand, increasing the export and government initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat, PLI scheme for the medical devices, and medical devices park that are being developed across the country. However, the medical sector remains heavily dependent on import. Approximately 80 to 85% of medical devices sourced internationally. India manufactures some low to mid-tech medical devices like stents, syringes, disposals, and catheters, while high-tech devices like MRI, PET-CT, scanning, endoscopy, ultrasounds, and cancer diagnostic surgical robots, etc. are mostly imported from US, Germany, Japan, and China. The India's medtech sector depend on certain critical raw material, often imported in small quantity, but essential for the high-tech devices, especially the rare earth elements like gadolinium. This is used for the MRI machines, imaging devices, and titanium alloys used in implant and surgical implants, tungsten used in X-ray, radiation, surgical tools, bismuth, titanium nickel, bismuth used for radiology, imaging detector. And you know that recently, our Honorable President Madam also called out that India should achieve a self-reliance in the production of rare earth elements, given the current geopolitical situation. This would help to India achieve its target of becoming a developed nation, and it can also be a game changer of medtech sector, enabling India to advance in manufacturing of cost-effective high-tech medical devices. If you see the safety concern, talk about safety and performance of medical device, I would like say that MDR 2017 has laid down and mandate provisions that ensure the same. It starts with the risk-based classification system for the medical device as prescribed in the Rule 4 and first schedule, and based on the risk category of the medical device, the stringency of regulation is decided. And also, MDR 2017 is mandate the clinical investigation of new medical devices, clinical performance evaluation of IVD, biocompatibility data, stability, essential principle for safety and performance of medical devices as per the Rule 6 and 4 schedule. Risk analysis reports, etc., ensuring higher standard of safety and efficacy of the devices. Even after grant of the license, MDR rules mandate to post-marketing surveillance as under the 4th schedule, keeping the check on adverse event and mandate the product recall of faulty device as per the Rule 26, ensuring the patient safety. Detailed procedure for medical device recall is also briefed in the Rule 89 of MDR 2017. Adverse event reporting system mandatory for all the medical devices, thus ensuring the patient safety. The central CDSCO, in collaboration with Indian Pharmacopoeia, oversees the implementation of adverse event reporting system, ensuring the compliance, safety, and efficacy in this sector. MEPI plays a pivotal role in ensuring the safety and efficacy of the medical devices used in the country and act as a ready recurrence for the medical device industry in the journey of future development, keeping a patient safety utmost priority. India is actively harmonizing its Meditech regulations with global authorities to strengthen domestic manufacturing, improve the export, and ensure the patient safety. Hopefully, it is going to be a golden decade for medical devices, and India is set to the transition from a medtech importer to a global hub. As we delve into today's discussion, let us focus on enhancing the safety and efficacy of medical devices, fostering innovation, and strengthening our regulatory framework. Together, we can contribute to a health environment that emphasizes the patient safety and promote the growth of medical devices sector in India. Here, I want to share that as on date, approximately we do have the more than 3,000 medical devices manufacturing units across the country, and more than 700 IVD manufactured. In that, 68 medical devices manufacturing IVD units are in Karnataka. So from last 7 years, now almost all they are coming for the retention of the license, and more than 296 96 medical device, different category, either maybe it is a brand name or whatever it may be. From our data, 296 devices we are issued for the license in Karnataka. And here in Karnataka, small scale industry to large scale industry, medtech companies are there. They are around approximately 1 CR turnover to 10,000 CR turnover. People are also, big shots are here. They are doing well with respect to coming up new devices, innovation, and all the things. And I urge all the people who are sitting here, this is a platform where you can get the very good experience, because entire our team is here with respect to medical devices and IVD. So, and those people are almost all from last, they are policy makers, you can say. They are involved in the policy and framing of the policies. So better you have to utilize this platform, as Agrawal ji told that. So it is whatever your queries and whatever your doubts, please, without hesitate, you ask and get it clarity. Because what I observed when it will come to my desktop, your application, repeatedly same questions, same mistakes I am seeing. And in this, what happen, if you will not understand, either two things will be there: either you people are not understand properly, or whether we are not make you to understand properly, or else you people are not aware the rules and regulation. So in that way, so especially some repeated mistakes I have listed, because some files will process. We know that the incomplete documents people will submit, improper shelf life will not, improper shelf life of the product, and device master file of the medical devices. So even though you are now in the 7 years, we are 7-year old with proper regulation and implemented this rule and all the things, till you people are repeatedly, even you are coming for the retention, same mistakes. I am not understanding whether what is the issue in that. So it's a good opportunity to you all, because our colleague Asim Sahuji and other people are here to you can get the clarity. And so in this, why I am mentioning specifically this, we can reduce the timeline. So normally, if any innovator will come to our office, sir, how many days it is required? Arey Baba, pehle document to submit karo theek se. So unless otherwise properly you are not submit the document, how can I reduce your time? If documents are properly, document are correct as per the guidelines, of course, I can reduce your time and you can save your time to getting the license. So on this occasion, I thank to once again CII and CCAMP given opportunity to our department to express and we are share our experience and we can give a guidance in proper way. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. For our next address, I welcome Dr. Taslim Arif Sayed.
Morning, everyone. Mr. Sahu, Mr. Agrawal, Mr. Raj, and everyone present here. It's a utmost delight for us at CCAMP and an honor to actually, host CDSCO here along with CII for this very important dialogue exercise that we are to do here. That is about how about all stakeholders in the system who can come together and possibly delve into and build a dialogue on how we can make our efforts in serving society and making the country greater. And what better than healthcare as a component of it, which actually is the backbone of a developed country. No country can be developed if the healthcare and education is not addressed. We all know about it. And I think we need to actually address on those components towards the 2047 target that the Honorable Prime Minister has put on us to ensure that the healthcare is provided to everyone and education also is provided to everyone so that the country can think beyond, the components of taking care of society, but even look at the future leadership of the globe that we are very well capable of. So the target is very clear on us, is to be ambitious, be bold, be dedicated, and ensure that we can work together towards the objective that is building solutions together, enabling solutions together, which serves our own society, but eventually the globe as well, which is very much possible that we all know about. With that, I think we are very, very excited at CCAM to host this dialogue. I gather that the other two events which happened in Delhi and Ahmedabad are very equally good. And we hope today's discussions also add to the already happened discussions in those two cities and hopefully bring together next steps on what we can do together. When we build healthcare solutions, there are players like government, there are players like innovators, researchers, there are players like investors, industry, and many more, right? And having them under one and just say what we can do together is very, very important. And the utmost or the most important component of that has been the regulatory approval, which is very, very key because while one looks at it as an approval, it is actually the gatekeeping to ensure the solutions which are brought about are safe and efficacious, right? And that's very, very important. Otherwise, there'll be a chaos in terms of what comes out. And that is the role that CDSCO plays very well. And I think it is our duty to engage with them more and more so that they can actually understand the new innovations which are coming up, which are coming from frontiers of science, from multidisciplinary aspects, and then help us back, right? It cannot be just a seeking the support, but I think you have to provide support back. Dialogues are building. Let's get on the frame frequency of dialogue. So it's not the two sides of the table, but the one side of the table. And hopefully some of the sessions will allow us to be on the one side of the table together. As Mr. Agrawal said, the last component will be engagement rather than a question answer, right? How do we actually want to talk about it and do that? So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the day. But idea was to also give you I see many new faces. So I thought that I'll just give a quick perspective on what CCAMP is all about. So I think we can see where organization like CCAMP can be leveraged by you all further because we are here set up by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India to ensure that the innovators and researchers can actually take some of these components further. So with the not so much time, I just wanted to quickly take you through the quick things about CCAMP. I'm sorry about on the dais that there is no screen in front of us, but I'll try to be as descriptive as possible to have you look at it. Dr. Sahu has been here before and he knows about CCAM. So I think his visit is now after many years. So I hope we can give you a quick person. So CCAM, yeah, if you want, please, yeah. So the campus that you are at is India's largest life science research campus. That is called BLISC, Bangalore Life Science, uh, you know, cluster. With in addition to CCAM, we have NCBS, INSTEM, and TIGS. NCBS is an organization supported by DAE. INSTEM and CCAM came together with the support of DBT, and TIGS, Tata Institute for Genetics and Society, is supported by Tata Trust. All four together form, if you have time today to walk around, please enjoy it because you will see possibly one of the best research infrastructure for academic research, for translation work and innovation in India. If you walk around, you'll get to see and meet people who are at the top of the game across different components of research and innovation. So please do take time to do that. So this is nearly a 50-acre campus with 4 institutes which actually can talk about together. So CCAMP, as I mentioned, set up with as an initiative of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, with a mandate of being an enabler of high-end research and innovation, working with Indian academic community and industry. So I give an analogy so that people can remember what CCAM's position is. It is more or less like on a football field, a midfield player, which actually works with both the defenders as well as the forward, the strikers. So the scientific movement of science that actually happens in the early stage of one side of the field, how its midfield players can actually kind of work with them and ensure that the industry can take the science forward, right? And that is very, very important. So, but for the enabler, knowing the language of both these defenders and strikers is very important. And that's what the positioning of CCAMP has been, to work with both academics as well as industry and startups to ensure that the scientific movement happens, something we have done it over many years. What do we do about it? We have largely 3 big verticals that we work in. One is high-end technology platforms. Second, enabling research translation. So enabling research translation, and enabling innovations. And these are the 3 larger programs. Again, I'm single word enabling, but research, translation of research, and innovation from research. So these are the 3 steps that we actually happen to do. And what are those? Very quickly, if I may give a view of it. For enabling research, you need high-end technology platforms. We all know about it, be it high-end microscopy, high-end upstream biology, downstream biology, confocal microscopy, microfluidics, genomics. This is one of the possibly rich most confluence of high-end technology platforms in India when you walk around, where these capabilities are set up here and across India, many organizations, including the topmost, be it Biocon, Pfizer, Reliance, or be it IITs, any MHRD institute, any DST institute, any CSR institute, startups, nearly 600 organizations over last 10 years have done more than 6,000 projects here, which is a very large scale. We have trained people on those, we have residential training programs. So scientists from academia, industry, startups can come here, get trained on this, so that when they go back, they can leverage the technology platforms much better. So this is a very high point set up by the government, available for you to use whenever you want. So please do leverage, because the topmost organizations are using, the topmost institutes are using, the quality is unnegotiable here, and something that we want to really work with you on that. So this is enabling research across India. And we are now working with international players also for them to leverage our capabilities. The second vertical is translation, how the idea moves from thought process to a new knowledge to a new innovation to a product. And something that we actually do across, where we take this component where the academia produces discovery, what industry wants is actually a kind of a de-risked knowledge, which has gone from TRL2 to TRL5 already. But there is a gap that academia, not all the time, has been able to produce something that is TRL5. The novelty is around TRL2 and 3, and there is a gap between that. And that's where the biggest drop in terms of scientific movement is happening. What we attempted to do is to largely come together and come to that arrow, which is a translation. So we have a program which is funded by the Office of PSA, the highest scientific body in India, as well as funding from the Pratiksha Trust, which is Chris Gopalakrishnan, Infosys founder trust, to actually identify academic gems from India through a national call, assess them for an interest in industry, and based on the industry interest, move the TRL from 2 to 5. It's a very important program which has now resulted in both national as well as international licensing of some of the academic discoveries which happened, starting from DBT institutes, CSR institutes, and others as well. So this is very important program because in absence of this, these discoveries are stagnating as wonderful publications and some patents. But the industry is really wanting de-risk technologies. They cannot come so far early in the game and take so much risk. So that is a very important translation program that happens. And third program, third vertical is entrepreneurship, which now idea from across India, how can we support them through multiple activities which are here, funding, technical assistance, regulatory guidance, engagements with regulatory body like this and otherwise. But it has now led to nearly 600 funded companies from here, which is across India. And this is really good. A number is important, but what has been otherwise the impact? So we have funded nearly 600 odd companies here, which are here, nearly 600 here. We have funded them nearly 13 to 14 million dollars, but they have gone and raised $600 million at 1.6 billion USD. And this is a very important number because we have been now supporting some breakthrough ideas at the idea level. When there is nothing, company is not formed, we start believing in them at that time. And then we have now 100 products which are now sold in more than 30 countries and many states in India. So this is very important, including US FDA approvals in medical devices. So we have now seen full journey of 100 products from idea to now in the field, not only in India, but internationally. So overall, what we have attempted to do is actually an ecosystem which believes in breakthrough ideas, which supports those ideas and ensures those ideas become successful. It's not a funding component. It's not a space providing. It's actually an enabler. We walk the path for them for years if required to ensure that they are successful. And that's what the larger component has been. I think broadly we do know about it. I don't want to repeat. Some of the very important components have been already said both by Mr. Agrawal and Raj. I think medical devices at large is actually seeing very clear component of how the growth would happen. And it is us who are going to make it happen together. And something that we have to work and take components for there. Clearly, the position as an emerging market globally, which we have to do it. At the same time, the drivers have been, of course, something like the government support. And I don't know how many of you know, there are significant government programs which are landing this financial year. So while one has heard about ANRF, while one has heard about RDI fund, the PRIP work that is coming out, BioE3 is coming out from different agencies, central government. I think they are going to make a huge change and you have to align well. I don't know how many of you have just heard about the MedTech funding program by ANRF, which is open and the last date is 6th October, if I'm not wrong, right? They are about to fund till 25 crores, 5 to 25 crores. It is for us to ensure that we do something. ICMR has something called first time in the world fund, right? So if you have a crazy idea which nobody has heard about in the world and you believe you actually have the legs on it, they want to fund 1 crore or more on day one to you. So these are really amazing ideas. The government is there. The public spending is increasing. Private investments are slowly, but coming in as well. I think the insurance is increasing. MedTech innovation, this gathering, and what you talked about is actually a resemblance of what we want to do going forward. And of course, the population, which will need those all support. CCAMP is clearly, as I mentioned, has been building the capability over the last 16 years. So this is not an effort of 1 year, 2 year. CCAMP was set up in 2009. And because of that work over years, now there is an institutional deepening that has happened across India. And something we want to leverage by working with many players to ensure that we actually deploy those components across the growth trajectory of the innovations. We are not here to support 5 startups. We are here to support solutions. We actually want to support solutions in MNCH, geriatrics, NCDs. We want to support solutions in neuro, mental health. We are trying to build solutions. We're not trying to support a number of companies. And if you have something that you can do, we are here to work with you to take it forward. We have a dedicated medtech programs which are there, as I mentioned, where we are trying to build capability. We have this digital health acceleration program, which is working with several players on it overall, as well as we have program which was possibly work very closely with both CDSCO and ICMR in the COVID times, where we actually built the largest cohort of India's COVID-19 RT-PCR diagnostics that we did with support of Rockefeller Foundation and Gates Foundation, as well as FIND, which led to nearly 50 new kits coming across India through this program for RT-PCR for COVID-19. We have a deployment program which ensures that some of these innovations are now entering state one by one. We have a close partnership with state government here, with both Shri Dinesh Kundu Rao ji, Mr. Gupta, who is the secretary there, and so on, as well as many other states, Tamil Nadu, Nagaland, Assam, Rajasthan, and many other states. We have now collaborations at the health ministry level so that these innovations actually get there. And some of the components which have done well over time, many of them are there. This is the new, in terms of the device for ventilative prevention of VAP, digital maternal fetal monitoring, the device for navigation in CartoSense for neural surgery, NESA for fibroid ablation, Cure.ai for digital medical imaging, Sense Vision for neonatal thing, Biomonitor for preventative airborne contaminations, one of the best in the world, by the way. They are about to get FDA as well. They have only of its kind in FDA approval for that. And of course, Niramai and many more who are in the room, who are building surgical helmets, who are building devices for video EEGs, who are right here, like Moksha and many others. So I think those are really big success stories. And these are just, we couldn't talk about each one of them here, but we have more than 100 of those, not one or two. And we'd love to see how we can support many others who are there. Idea is to save lives by reducing costs and enhancing access overall. And I think the opportunities for growth has been across. I think we have talked about it in the previous thing, but we remain, available for you to help in any way we can. We may not be perfect. We do not want to claim anything near perfect and as here, but what we can do is that the intent is there. We have a very strong intent to respond to some amazing thoughts, amazing ideas, amazing capabilities that you want. And if you believe an ecosystem like CCAM can actually springboard and pole vault your solutions, I think we are here to support you and support your solution. So thank you so much. I again thank this opportunity for us to host this effort, both CDSCO as well as CII. I think this was fantastic opportunity, and we would love to see what we can do more. We remain available for any such engagements further of any kind and respond to the need that is there in this region. So thank you. And this all work has been possible because of our phenomenal supporters, both globally, not only in India. There are many, many supporters who have believed in the same mandate that CCAMP has and what we want to do together, that is making a difference in society through science and technology. So thank you so much for listening and looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sayed. Next, we will move on to Mr. Sahu, who will give us an update on the previous workshops we had in Delhi and Ahmedabad.
Distinguished guest, Dr. Sayed, Mr. Agrawal, my colleague Rashikar, colleagues from CDSCO. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to be here. And first of all, I must thanks to CII for again finalizing this third series of workshop here in campus of CCAM, and thank you for CCAM also for organizing this important meetings or the workshop for the stakeholders. Why to attend this workshop? We know the regulation. We understand the regulation also. But the challenges from the stakeholders are different. Challenges of the innovator is different. Challenges of manufacturers are different. Challenges of importers are different. Challenges of regulators are also different. So here the platform what we have to have the direct interaction so that different stakeholder can have the opportunity to interact with the regulators to understand what the requirement and what actually needed for obtaining necessary approval for the product, what they are going to manufacture or what they are going to develop or what they are going to market. So the concept of this workshop, we have faced lot of challenges from the industry sides. Challenges with respect to regulatory challenges, one of the challenges are there. So to understand the challenges, what actually, because rule already we have published, rule, so many training also we have provided to the stakeholders. So many guidance also we have published on the website. So many FAQ also we have published on the website. But still the problem remains the same. So we decided ki what the best way to have the, and also the main thing, the people, they avoid to interact with the regulators because of the certain reasons. They are not willing to tell the fact actually what the problem they are facing. So the CDSCO and the chairmanship of our DCGI, we have thought that, and the government Ministry of Health also, okay, let us have a collaboration with the industry player, and then we'll organize such meetings so that we at the platform we can address the concern, we can clarify the things and what the regulatory updates we are going to do in future or the currently we implemented, that should be disseminated directly to the stakeholder. So this is the third series of this program. So already we have completed one at Delhi and another recent in last month we did in Ahmedabad. Almost 450 physically that presence of the stakeholders and more than 4,000 online attendance for attending these last two workshops. And the challenges, what the challenges we have faced, recent challenges at that stage, challenges with respect to the requirement of regulatory requirement for components, accessories, challenges with respect to the labeling requirements, challenges with respect to the post approval changes, what the changes require, how much time it is taken, the challenges with respect to certain new regulation with respect to refurbished equipments, challenges with respect to compliance of the standards. So we have addressed, we have tried to address that challenges. So many changes we did in the procedures. So many new guidance we have published on the website. So many tool tips we have implemented so that at least the applicant or the stakeholder can understand what the actually requirement they need to fill up in the forms. It is not the submission of the document, but it is the actual information what they need to submit at the time of submission of the applications. To clarify that, we have published the tooltips also. So many FAQ we have published after interaction with the stakeholders. Wherever we have interacted, we have given the clarification. And for larger consultation, we have published the website FAQ on the website of the CDSCO. And if you see, recently we have published a new 4 supplement to amendment for as a FAQ. So many regulatory challenges what the actual industry is faced, we have tried to clarify through the FAQ. And also we are going to publish the FAQ guidance document for the regulatory requirement, different applications, what the actually technical document the stakeholders can submit to the authority, concerned authority, that we are also going to, because it is ongoing process. It is not what is published is the final. There are lot of things in the pipeline which will be published recently. So again, we expect in this program what the new challenges. So we have will try to discuss first thing so that you can understand the things. We try to clarify if certain that guidance or FAQ or certain clarification to the stakeholder or direct one to one that applicant that need to be given. Definitely we'll try to do that. And I hope the session what today session we have covered, it is also again the new session what we try to give the clarity on the specific requirement with respect to post-marketing surveillance, post-vigilance reporting, requirement with respect to clinical investigations, requirement with respect to other regulatory requirements. So that in the next topic, we will cover all those information. And I hope the people have a lot of regulatory challenges and they should share that challenges also to the CII, because within a short span of time, it is not possible to address each and every that concerns but I expect that if you have the more issues on the regulatory guidance, let the issue may also send to the CII so that that can also be addressed by the authority for ease of doing business in the country. Thank you very much and all the best for rest of the programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the update. I request Mr. Agrawal to felicitate everyone. I request Dr. Sayed also to felicitate all the panelists. Requesting everyone for a photo opportunity, please. Huh. We'll directly move to, yeah, please. So we will directly move to our next first session of the day, technical session of the day, that is on overview on the medical device regulation, which will be led by Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO. Can we have the presentation, please? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
So good morning once again. So I will give my presentation to just give the updates, what the regulatory requirements. And I believe ki each and everyone sitting here are well versed with the medical device regulation, what we have implemented so far for this medtech sector. General topics है, nothing that new. Salient point, just you understand what the specific that provisions we have made in the existing medical device rule, which was not earlier in the requirements of the medical device rule. Industry, we understand that. Morning also we have discussed that. Industry size. The thing is, and the challenge, import dependency. Growth rate 14%. All are aware of that. But again, if you see that 14% growth rate, what is the export share and what is the share of import? It is not the equal, it is more than 80 to 20 ratio. So there is a challenge. Growth is there, but our challenge is to increase the export. If you see the 4 out of 13, 14 billions, is export market size is around 3.8 or 4 US dollar, billion US dollar. And the import again, dominance on the import. The best part, we have the, if you also see the component wise, if you divide the sector into different components, so one is the electrical equipment, another one is the in vitro diagnostics, another one is the surgical equipments, another one is the implants. So out of these 4-5 components, you just see the dependency of the Indian that industry is on implantable devices. We have self-sufficient, and we are also exporting the implant devices to so many developed country also. In vitro diagnostic is another component where we have built up our indigenous capability. I think there is some. So this is the challenges again, the high end equipment that all again we have a lot of challenges, but the best part ki now the indigenous manufacturing for high-end equipment also is started, and also we are doing lot of innovation on the high-end equipments. It is not what the devices is available in the market, but we are also exploring some new technology in the existing high-end equipment. This is the market size, and since the implementation of the medical device rule, if you see, prior to that, we have hardly 300 manufacturing sites approved under the rules. But right now we have more than 4,000 total manufacturing unit. During last 7 years, and not only the last 7 years, if you see broadly, October 2023, when we have the comprehensive regulation, because prior to that we have the certain category of the medical devices are under regulations. So since 2023, when the licensing regime has made mandatory, then we have come up with this figure, and this is increasing. It is not, it is, stagnation is there. Lot of new manufacturer, new innovator also, they are coming to launch their product for placing the product in the market. Regulation already, all are aware of that. Still we have the limitations. The devices are under the definition of the drugs, and under the drugs also we have made the provision, because in the act, to change the act, it requires lot of approval time from the parliamentarians for its implementation. So we have that limitation. So we have made the provision in the drug definition key, the devices which is notified by the government of India, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, will covered under the definition of the drugs, and from time to time the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is notifying so many different categories of the medical devices for its regulations. And we have notified almost more than 32 category of the medical devices. But to notify each and every category of the devices, again the challenge from the government side, ki how we can notify. To identify the devices also one of the challenges. So finally the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has of the opinion ki why can't we notify under the definition of the drug, what the definition globally accepted for the medical devices. So we have notified that definition to cover, to bring all the devices under the regulations. And that notification was published in the year 2020. After that, we have given the transition time for its implementation, and October 2023, we have come up with the comprehensive regulation and licensing part. That license is required for whatever the devices manufactured in the country, whether it is for import, whether it is for manufacture, or whether it is for sale. So any devices which is placing in the market require license under the Medical Device Rule 2017. And why the necessity for the rule? Again, in the drug and cosmetic rule, which was earlier for regulation of the devices, does not have the differentiation in the requirement, though the devices are differently from the drugs. So to have the specific requirement for the medical devices, and also also in the line of globally accepted norms for medical devices, the government has come up with the Medical Device Rule 2017, where we have followed what the global practice for import, for manufacturing, for conduct of the clinical study of the medical devices. So this rule has made mandatory with effect from 1st January 2018. And while implementing the rule, what the government decided, to have the system more transparent and accountable, we have made in the rules that this licensing procedure should be in the digital form. Through online, all the licensing system will be there, whether it is the state authority, involvement of the state authority or the central authority or even the third party, like notified body. We have also made the scope of the notified body under the rule. What is the scope of the notified body and how the notified body will serve its responsibility given in the rule. So these rules, what we have made, it is totally online system we have established for implementing the medical device rule. And for each activity, whether it is for the manufacturing, whether it is for the import, whether it is for the conduct of the clinical study, or even whether it is for the marketing, the registration or the sale distribution of the manufacturing side. Each of these activity we have given a specific timeline. And we are insisting to complete the approval process within the stipulated timeline what we have defined for each and every activity under the rules. Definition, it is the same, but here the important thing what you need to understand, because in the combination devices, a lot of that confusing what we have understand from the stakeholders. So certain devices is a combination of the device and drugs. So whether it is considered under the devices or it is considered as a medical as a drugs, how we can differentiate. So globally also the borderline here, what the devices we will consider if that product's primary intended purpose is not achieved through its pharmacological, immunological, or metabolic action. This is the actual the line where you need to understand if the particular product have its primary intended use achieved through immunological or metabolic or through pharmacological action, it will not consider the device definition, it will consider as a drugs. So that we have differentiated. And also another important things in our rules, the devices which is also intended to be used for animal purposes also covered. In certain regulatory authority, they are not considering the veterinary devices. But here in India, all the veterinary devices also require license and regulated under the Medical Device Rule 2017. This is the road map, how we have implemented since beginning. Earlier in the year, because the Act is 1940, almost more than 85 years. So since then, how that what that major decision taken with respect to the medical devices that we have made here, just to understand. First, earlier the rule, Drugs and Cosmetic Rule 1945, the requirements are under that rules. In the definition, what we have explained, the 3B4, we have made a provision in the definition in the year 1983 to bring the certain devices. 1989, initially only 3 devices we have notified under the that is section 3B4 that are very simple, that is syringes, needles, and perfusion sets. And other than these two mechanical contraceptive, we are regulating since 1983, 1889. Until 2020, already I have explained 32 categories. And after that, once the notification for the definition is implemented, so all devices come under the regulations. Initially, we have, for the new devices which is not notified, covered under the definition, we have given the transition line. Initially for voluntary registration, for then mandatory registration, then licensing date. So now all require the licenses at this stage. These are that summary of the medical device rule, and total 12 chapters with the different that provisions for the import, provision for the manufacturing, provision for conduct of the study, provision for the labeling, provisions for sale and distributions, all that provisions we have made. This include total 97 rules, and we have 8 different schedule. Each schedule have the different that requirement, detailed requirement. Like first schedule gives the detailed requirement about the classification. These are the different chapters, all are aware. I will not go that more time here. schedule, if you see, the first schedule is the criteria where the Central Licensing Authority is the authority for classifying the device to have uniformity in the classification of the medical device throughout the country. Globally, it is not like that. Globally, what the criteria is there, the applicant can classify their devices based on the criteria and they can submit the application to the authority. But here we have made the provision and the responsibility we have made to the Central Licensing Authority to classify the devices, and the applicant can submit the application as per the what the classification list we have made, and this classification list is published on the website of the CDSU. The phase structure, notified body role and scope, documents, what the documents required for the various approval process that we have given in the fourth schedule. Quality management system requirement, that is the QMS. It is in the line of 13485, and the manufacturing facility where the manufacturing activity is carried out in India with respect to different class of the devices, the manufacturer need to comply with the requirement of the fifth schedule as prescribed under the medical device rule. Post approval changes, to have more clarity, what changes require approval and consider as a major, and what post approval changes require minor. We have defined, and accordingly for the major, the applicant need to obtain the license from the authority for prior to its implementation, and for minor they can notify it and they can start the changes, such changes. Permission to conduct the clinical investigation. This is actually applicable for the devices which is first time approved for marketing in the country. If that particular devices is not approved by the Central Licensing Authority, any manufacturers or even the importer, if they want to import their devices or manufacture the devices in the country, they have to go through the path of the clinical investigations. They need to generate the clinical evidence, and after that, the approval will license will be issued to the applicant for its manufacturing or import for marketing in the country. Classification, globally also risk-based classification we have adopted. According to the risk-based, the authority responsibility also we have defined. Standards, here the scope of the standards, one is the rule 7, which says that the BS standard is mandatory for the medical devices. If there is a BS standard is not there, then definitely ISO IEC. If there is a no ISO or IEC, then what the pharmacopoeia or the manufacturer specification that will be applicable for the medical devices. The scope of the essential principle checklist also we have made, where the starting from the raw materials to the final commercialization, what the steps involved and what the applicable standards the manufacturer has to follow that, and the guidance for the essential principle is essential principle for safety and performance we have published on the website of the CDSU. The manufacturers or the importers, they need to follow the essential principle guidelines what published by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Here the responsibility, and all are aware of that responsibility. Class A and B manufacturing and the sale of all the classes lies with the state authority, and the class C and D plus the import license, the responsibility of the Central Licensing Authority. Grant of the test license for manufacturing of the test batches is the responsibility of the Central License, and clinical investigation, all the irrespective of the class, it is the responsibility of the Central Licensing Authority. Audit for high risk C&D, Central Licensing Authority is responsible. Low risk notified body. Notified body doesn't mean any notified body can go for the inspection. Only the body which is registered with the Central Authority will be responsible for audit. These are that applicable, that application form and license that applicant may submit to the concerned licensing authority for obtaining necessary approval, and they can finally launch and market the product in the market after obtaining the license. The requirement of the clinical investigation. If any devices, any startup or manufacturer is manufacturing, and it is a innovative devices. Innovative means which is not yet approved, and we have clearly defined the definition. What is the investigation medical devices, or what is the new in vitro diagnostic in case of the IVD. So if particular devices is not approved by the central licensing authority, anybody wants to develop and market the products, they have to go through the route of the clinical investigation. So what class of the devices, what is the mandatory requirement, that it is clearly mentioned here. It is not key for all the low risk devices. There is a mandatory requirement of the clinical investigation, but there is a scope with the certain clinical evidence that can be exempted by the central licensing authority. This is general procedure that to make you understand how you can submit the applications and what the minimum requirement that you need to fulfill, and how the manufacturing license procedure that we follow under the medical device rule 2017. Before submitting the application, what the challenges we at that time of review of the application, we have seen the grouping, medical device grouping. Here the provision we have made in the rule 5 of the medical device rules, the applicant may group their device into the as per the grouping guidelines, single, group, family. So we have published the website guidance document on that. Please go through the guidance document, and accordingly the medical device grouping you clearly define at the time of submission of the application, which category, which group your devices belongs to. You have to correctly grouping the devices and submit the application, so as to avoid unnecessary query and also the expedite your approval process. And this different that grouping, that system we have adopted, single family system group or the kit guidance document you will see, and you might have aware of that. But before submitting the application also, you need to understand what is the grouping of the particular devices what you are going to give. Labeling requirement, one of the important things also what we have seen while submitting the labeling information, it is not in conformance with the rule 44 if it is a case of marketing authorization of the particular devices. So what actually information that you need to submit to the authority along with your information, because in the specimen label if you see, whatever the specific specimen label you are submitting to the regulatory authority, it should not be changed once it is approved. If any changes in the labeling information what you have provided at the time of submission of the application or obtaining the license, if any changes, you need to take the prior approval. If it is not, then it is the non-compliances, and again it is a violation of the law, and accordingly appropriate action provision is there. So any be particular when you are submitting the application, what is the actually specimen label and what the information you need to submit, it is clearly described in rule 44. Your devices should comply the requirement, and any changes once it is submitted to the authority, if you did in your product label, please take the necessary approval prior to its implementation. If it is a major, you wait for the approval from the central licensing authority. If it is a minor, we have also clearly defined in the sixth schedule what are the minor changes with respect to the label. So you can do that and follow the requirement. This is all I have taken from the rules also. So you follow the requirements. Prerequisite information prior to submission of the application, what the applicant need to have in place, that I have tried to that compile and just sharing that this much information prior to submit the application you need to implement, and you maintain the document accordingly for verifications before that submitting the application to the authority. These are the documentation requirement. After obtaining the license, what should be the other requirement? One is the conditions of the license. You have to stick with what the conditions stipulated in your license when you have obtained from the central licensing authority. Any changes, again, post approval changes provision is there. Please take the post approval changes necessary approval from the concerned licensing authority. Then it is to be implemented. Post marketing surveillance, any adverse reporting event, any adverse report, if it is observed on your devices which is market in the country, you need to take care of that issues. Your study protocol or your the PMS protocol or even the vigilance reporting should clearly address the reportable events. What are the reportable events? What the action you need to do? In which cases you need to take the causality assessment, and how to close the report, and what is the information you need to share with the licensing authority. This is another area of the concern where lot of non-compliances where the regulator or authority is observing. So that is the very important point. Post approval, you have to, because every 5 years when you are going to submit the application to the authority, you need to give all those details. Due to certain reasons, the authority is not properly that reviewing that. Maybe some specific reason is there, but if it is not properly addressed, it is the major violation, and you need to comply the requirement accordingly. Labeling requirement also already I have explained. Any change, once it is approved, you have submitted what the information at the time of approval. Please take the necessary approval from the licensing authority prior to make any change on the label of the devices. Also, certain acknowledgement or notification that you need to submit. This is the flow chart already available on the website. Every platform I am giving to you to at least understand how to follow the regulatory pathway for the devices, which is to be from the prototype to the commercialization, what the steps need to follow, so that you understand the regulatory process, and accordingly you can manage your timeline for launch of the product. Notified body, already I have explained. The notified body which is registered with the central licensing authority is only responsible for QMS audit for grant of manufacturing license. Total 6 notified body we have approved, 6 central labs, because the testing is another that area where currently the authority is not insisting for test report for each and every devices, but certain devices there is a requirement, like IVD we are insisting right now for that is also for the high risk class C and class D mandatory requirement of the performance solution. But for the medical devices, generally we are not insisting. We are totally thinking on the trend analysis, though we don't have robust that mechanism right now also to analyzing the what the trend of the product being market. Material business program is one of the tool, but also that is mostly reporting what the adverse events are reporting is from the healthcare facility or the from the end users. So, but in future also, that once we have the ecosystem for testing of the devices, wherever there is a possible, we'll draw the sample from the market and will evaluate the product with respect to safety and performance, and also ensuring the quality of the devices which is available in the market. So we have made the provision, certain central and state authority also empowered to notify their lab as a medical device testing labs. So wherever there is a facility to test particular devices, the government of India is publishing the gadget notifications. And also for the private testing labs, we have the provision to register the lab with the central licensing authority. And by registering with the central licensing authority, that facility can be utilized for testing of the devices by the manufacturer. Manufacturer may send their sample to these labs for evaluation or to obtain the batch release certificate, or even to carry out the stability test or the what the applicable test for the particular devices. And these labs are increasing slowly. Major amendments recent past, nothing much that in the rules, but so many changes is in the pipeline. Draft rules are in the final stage. So only the measure that changes, we have given the exemptions in the year 2022 for non-strain, non-measurable class A devices, where licensing regime we have exempted, and such devices require the registration number and system generate registration number. By submitting certain information by the applicant, they can get the registration number to fulfill the labeling requirement. But these devices also should conform the requirement of the standards prescribed in the medical device rules, as well as the quality management system if it is manufacturing in the country. Guidance, so many guidance is published, all are aware of that. Guidance, also certain guidance are in the pipelines. We are also recently the guidance on the software as a medical devices we are going to publish, so that the specific requirement to the software also, the requirement should be there, so that in future also will make necessary correction in the rules for implementing the software. But we are now coming up with the software as a medical devices guidance, regulatory guidance documents, tool tips for submission of various application form, whether it is import, manufacturing, test license, also clinical investigation. We have published to make more clear on the specific information. Certain simplification we did for system generated non-conviction certificate and market standing certificate. Earlier, again, through the system it is issuing, now it is a system generated. For the neutral code, any that manufacturers holding the license, they can obtain the license from the systems without intervene from the authority. Certain challenges what generally the industry face with respect to the approval time for the brand additions, and even the subsequent approval. If the devices is already registered for marketing in the country, so subsequent applicant they want to also register the devices, so it will take much time, and again there is a requirement of detailed documentation on the particular products. So the after that detailed discussion, and this is also one of the outcome of the this forum, that we have come up with the simplest that regulatory procedure, where certain legal document they need to submit, and again the timeline we have separated from the routine application process, and with the minimum document we have made the provision, and it is implemented with effect from last month only. Brand approval, almost more than 6 months we have segregated, and also the timeline for the brand approval, it is reduced to almost 45 days. So these are the steps we have taken, and this is the example of the tool tips. Each component or this information what that applicant need to submit it, we have given. It is also available on the website, and you can refer while submitting the specific that application to the Central Licensing Authority. Initiative, this is one of the platform where the CDSCO is in support of the CII, interacting with the stakeholders to clarify their the concerns, give the regulatory updates. Also, the government and the CDSCO in support of the Niti Aayog and ICMR has established the MedTech portal to provide the handhold support to the industry, where any innovator, startup, even manufacturers, they can submit, they can approach to the MedTech portal to have the clarity on the regulatory requirement of the specific product which they are going to develop. Any financial support if they require from the ICMR or the governments. Any supports with respect to framing the clinical investigation, irrespective of it is a investigation devices or already predicate device is there, or for its HT assessment. So that platform we are developed so that we can have direct interaction with the innovator to give the regulatory guidance to upgrade their technology. Certain technology they are coming based on the discussions. The expert committee will also providing guidance for updation, how they can further modify their innovations, so that any the devices which is coming in the market should have the some innovative feature in their design or their performance. Also in the CDSO, we have made the verticals to have the distinct manpower and the infrastructures to deal with the medical device regulations. Bill is also we have published. Once it is clear, definitely we'll have the separate chapters, separate act and separate rules for regulation of the medical device in the country. Also, the government has come up with the medical device policy 2023 with the objective to boost the domestic manufacturing in the country. And for that, what the ecosystem from the government end we need to do, we are initiating by simplification of the regulatory requirement, by providing financial support by means of your PLI schemes, scheme for conduct of the study. The government is providing the fund. Scheme for development of raw material also the government is initiated to provide the certain financial fund. So these are the steps the government is, and also the skill development program they have started so that the person who is involved in the manufacturing of the medical devices should have the skill in development or the manufacturing of the devices in the country. Also, we have the collaboration with the global regulatory authority to update our regulation, align our regulation at part with the globally accepted regulations. We are part of the IMDRFA as affiliate members, and also in future will be part of the IMDRF and involved in making policy at the global level. Also, with this objective, we have come up with the participation and become the affiliate member of the IMDRF. This is all about from my side. Thank you for your patient listening. Any query, any concerns, I'm ready to answer. Only certain query I can able to take. Rest of the query we can share with the CII and we try to address that. So thank you very much.
Post.
You can.
Okay. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good morning once again. My name is Sanjeev and I am part of Synovate Technologies. We are a consultant to various medical device manufacturers for product development and regulatory affairs. So my question to you, as you were rightly saying in the morning that there are a lot of challenges various stakeholders are facing in this ecosystem right now. At the same time, there is a vision that more and more manufacturing should be done, more and more medical devices should be coming. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of inflow to CDSCO for approving a lot of new devices, a lot of new applications. In order to cater that, as you rightly said, you are hiring more officials at CDSCO. You are training existing members, existing officials of CDSCO. My specific question is that, are you also thinking of partnering with independent third-party reviewers who can help you with reviewing those at least Class A and Class B applications, like how you do where you have partnership with notified bodies for QMS verifications of Class A and Class B?
The participation of the third party, that again it is the policy decisions. The government is thinking on that. Let us hope what the final government decisions on that. But right now, the government is open with respect to whatever the best we can do to have the regulatory ecosystem for the medtech sector in the country. Right now, there is a no scope, but in future, maybe some sort of mechanism will be given in case of uh, utilizing the third party services for other regulatory activities also.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jaishil from Alcon. So I have two questions if time permits. The first one is, like as you just mentioned, the 7th and 9th schedule of MDR, which talks about the clinical investigation. So mainly it talks about the approval permission requirements from CDSCO for a clinical investigation where there is no predicate device. So like for example, in case if I have already approval in MD15, for import of a medical device, and I would like to conduct a clinical trial as a part of post-marketing surveillance or to gain more experience in Indian population. So does that clinical investigation require an approval from CDSCO, or I can just go ahead and follow the good clinical practices and local ethics committee approval to execute the study?
This is the question.
This is the first question,
First question.
the simpler one.
So,
I have a second one.
to clarify your first questions, again, I have explained to you the requirement of the approval from the central licensing authority is with respect to the devices which is not yet approved in the country by the central licensing authority. If the devices is already approved for marketing in the country, so you want to carry out the study. If that study is with respect to the
Approved indications
approved
only.
indications, so no need to come for the approval from the central licensing authority. You can continue the study after taking the approval from the concerned ethics committee, and you generate the data.
Sure, sir. Thank you. It's very clear. The second one is regarding the refurbishment of equipment. I do understand it's been a lot, even in the earlier workshop of the CII as well. And also, like there's been you have informed the industry and media as well that there's been a high-level committee formulated by Ministry of Health to formulate a guidance or regulations around refurbishment of equipments. So in the medtech space, there are two aspects to that. One is import of used or refurbished equipment. Second one is locally refurbishing the equipment. So the first one, everyone knows the pros and cons of it. My question is more towards the local refurbishment. If I make a local refurbishment to an equipment, like for example, like if I upgrade my customer, a doctor or a hospital to next generation equipment, the old generation equipment will be waste. Or rather than, that will become a e-waste rather. It's not environment friendly. And so if I can make that, repair that, service that, and bring it to the same level as it was originally. So that's the refurbishment in my meaning.
For the refurbishment of the devices in
Sorry, can you give me one more minute? So, like, as per the definition of, there is no manufacturing definition in the medical device rule. So, in the absence of that, so the Mother Act, the Drugs and Cosmetics Act prevails, under which there is a definition which makes the servicing or repairing of medical equipment makes it brings it under the definition of manufacturing. So, which I will not be permitted to do without a proper manufacturing license for the medical device. So is there a scope or provision currently that I can apply for a manufacturing license and get the license to do the refurbishment? That's my question, sir.
You are just now explained that is the medical device rule. There is no any scope for the there is no definition for the manufacturing. So whatever the rules, medical device rule, whatever the provision we had in the medical device rule, that is applicable for the medical devices. If any rule it is not there in the medical device rule, automatically it implies for the what the drug rule is applicable for that particular activity. Fine, because still the devices are considered as a drugs under the definition of the drugs. So since the refurbishing activity is one of the you have already explained covered under the definition of the manufacturing. So no manufacturing of the activity on the devices is carried out without having the license under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. So if any activity which is carried out at any premises without having the license, it is non-compliances of the Medical Device Rule 2017. So for such activity, if any premises where the manufacturer is carried out, they must take the license under the Medical Device Rule for manufacturing license for such activities, such refurbishing activity. This is the regulatory compliance that they need to fulfill. Try to do that.
Sure, sir. Thank you. So I understand that the manufacturing license will be issued for performing that refurbishment kind of activities. Thank you, sir.
We'll not take any more questions. We are already running late of time. We'll take questions at the end of the day. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
for
thank you for your that questions. We'll again.
We'll move for a short break of 10 minutes. Please, we'll be back by 12:10 in the hall. Welcome back, guys. I hope everyone is settled. So we'll start with our next session. That is on regulation on software as a medical devices. That will dwell into the critical aspects of software regulations, which will be led by Mr. Ajay Basil, Assistant Drug Controller, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, India. Please join me in welcoming him to stage.
Thank you. I guess still some are returning back from the tea. So just a few minutes. So very good afternoon to everyone. So yeah, this was a third initiative from CII, CDSCO joint initiative, as in the opening remarks also mentioned by Sahu sir. This was an initiative which is conceived from ministry to have more engagement with the various kinds of stakeholders, manufacturers, importers, testing laboratories, notified bodies on various matters of regulations. So we also try to see, as it is a third workshop kind meetings, we also try to see that the matters that have been discussed in such meetings doesn't get repeated. So we all try to make sure that we bring up with the new guidance documents or new issues which are not yet addressed in the last 7 years, or where we find that more clarifications are required. So one such area is software, and we place that Bangalore would be a right as a regional area or a zone area where many softwares probably would be developed, or where we probably developing for India or Indian medical device manufacturers, and even for many other global manufacturers as well. For going to the technical details into the software medical devices, from the audience, I would like to know how many of you are representing from manufacturers, software manufacturers? If you could just raise hands so I can get an idea about some. Yeah, I find so our guess was not wrong. We thought that there would be a lot of people from software in Bangalore working on medical devices, and I found a lot of hands from software medical device manufacturers. Anybody from importing software or into the such areas of importing softwares, or from the few hands I see, testing of softwares, testing softwares, laboratories engaged in laboratory activities where validation and verifications of softwares have been done. Okay, so yeah, I find 1, 2 hands on that as well. So I guess there is a larger mixture of medical device manufacturers or software medical device manufacturers, and there's a mix of a few from the testing laboratories, and a few are exclusively on import of certain softwares. So I guess my presentation will cover import and manufacturing to a larger extent, and testing. I have just put a few points because I don't know how the audience would be there, so I just mentioned only few brief idea about the testing of medical devices. Many of the testing is just in line with the testing of softwares and any other fields, like other than healthcare industry, probably like automobile industry, or even with other programs or other verticals of industries. So I'm not just even banking is also very well known for software industry, and Bangalore is quite a good hub for such product developments, banking or aviations. So similar testing is almost the similar in the pattern. So in the morning session also, we have mentioned about the definition of medical devices. Here, I just want to specify that all medical devices, including instrument, apparatus, appliances,
material or other articles. So many often we used to get during our discussion, how does software, whether a software is covered under medical device or not. So it is covered. It covers all the devices and other articles as well, which gives the scope for including many items which may not have a physical form, like software kind of coding language or coding programs. It also includes the software in medical devices, or commonly referred as embedded softwares, software which drives medical devices. We will be seeing a detail onto that. So here, if you see the definition specify that it not only say that any device which is standalone which can perform like a software standalone softwares, if it comes under the terminology of articles as medical devices. It also covers the software which drives the hardware equipments like embedded system. The software and accessory with the medical devices are also covered under such definitions. Going ahead, for software, there are few key purposes, because in the last slide, we mentioned that here I also specify that, though it has been mentioned in the earlier presentation as well, software that has been developed for human or the human purpose, or the aiming at targeting humans, and as well as software which are aiming at veterinary, are also covered under medical device regulations. Further, it is also covering the different spheres of medicines, means the modern medicine or the allopathic medicines, the Ayurvedic medicines, homeopathy, and all the sectors of medicines, even from traditional Chinese medicines and all those. If it is a device or a software which is addressing certain areas in such medicines, that may also get covered under the definition of medical devices. There are various purposes listed on the definition of medical devices. One such is diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, treatment or alleviation of any disease or an injury disorder. It's very critical because most of the software that we often find comes to this particular purpose. Moving ahead, I just listed down three main purposes which we usually find for softwares. One is for suggesting for mitigation of a disease. So probably a software, maybe as a standalone software, targeting it, just mitigating. It's not giving any treatment. It's not diagnosing any disease, but just for mitigation of a disease. There are certain kinds of softwares which you, to our definition also, it fits well to our definition, and those are to be regulated. Then there are softwares which is for determining the compatibility, diagnosing, monitoring. This is directly, I mean, this is quite direct to the definition. Treating physiological conditions, states of health, illness, or congenital deformities. Here we often find that there are software like for mental illness. We often find many softwares or during the discussions, they ask, is it a medical device? One such common area is something targeting on mental illness or mental disorders, softwares which are helping in identifying the states of mind and certain kinds of death conditions. So those are also covered under the definitions. Some which for the aiding in the diagnosis, screening, so similar terminologies, though it's slightly different in monitoring or determination, or even prognosis, prediction, and the physiological status. So all these parameters, or even if the software is targeting in such, identifying such cases, whether it is in the human medicine or in the veterinary medicine, or even if in the other spheres of medicine, whether it's Ayurvedic or allopathic, they are all covered under the software. Here, these slides are based on our current understanding on software as a medical device. So certain things we will not find directly into the regulation as of right now, but this is based on the best right understanding of from the regulatory point of view. And some of them would be coming as a guidance documents. like in the morning presentation, it was mentioned that we are planning for release of a software as a medical device. So these slides are basically based out of those guidance documents and those points in that guidance document, which will be open to public. So very soon we are expecting that guidance document to be rolled out for public comments. So more elaborated version of what I will be presenting in these slides would be coming up in the detailed guidance documents. To give a glimpse, we just, for the betterment of our understanding and for the regulation, the software divided into two, but there's a software as a medical devices and software in medical devices. And this also, these terminologies are also harmonized to the international medical device regulatory forms and various regulatory harmonization efforts. So here, the software as a medical device, it's also called as a standalone medical devices, or sometimes it's also referred as a not an embedded software, or which is not a part of a hardware in simple terms. So these are all terminologies which we find commonly in the regulatory space, even internationally also. So the software medical devices can be either alone or in a combination, and it is intended to be used to perform one or more medical purpose without being part of a hardware. Here I specify the word on the without being part of a hardware because that's what differentiate from software as a medical device and software in medical device. And it's a very tricky. We often try to, even in our internal discussions also, we get a lot of queries or confusions and to see whether the product which I am talking or some product of interest is a software in medical device or a software as a medical device, how it's going to get regulated, or how should I make an application for such devices. So in our discussions, I just came up with an analogy because I'm not sure whether this analogy will be the best to differentiate software as a medical device and software in medical device. The analogy is that many of you are very familiar with the Apple operating systems, or iPhone or iPads. And probably you may have come across a situation where that Apple products, their hardware, even if for servicing, if we change by any chance we change the screen or the cameras of the latest versions of this, or even any hardware part of the laptops also, the software doesn't fail to recognize it. The software and the hardware is so connected and they are both integrated to such an extent that both are required to work as the intended purpose or the intended use of the device. So it is a very simple common life analogy to software in medical device. And a Windows platform or an operating system on Windows platform is very much similar to a software as a medical device. It's standalone as long as the software meets certain hardware requirements. The software is expected to run on the hardware requirements. So it's probably, if you find that if that take that analogy into account, we may be able to identify many of softwares, whether it is a software in medical device or a software as a medical device. This is an analogy which I'm testing. You are the first audience on which I'm testing this analogy. So just have a thought about it during the lunch and even after the lunch. And if you find anything challenging, just let me also know so that I can also learn out how other different scenarios which can arise, which I have not yet thought of, to help in identifying whether it's a software in medical device or a software as a medical device. Okay. The software as a medical device can be from a medical device, and it can be in the IVD sector, diagnostic, purely in vitro diagnostic sector, and normal medical device sector, where it goes in vivo diagnostic as well. The software as a medical device can also be capable of running for general purpose computing platforms. So general purpose computing platforms are like our Windows operating system. So certain software as a medical device just need to install it on a Windows operating system. The operating system will be Windows and it will be run on the Windows operating system. Similarly, there are many applications which we use in our common life, the Android from the Google Play Store. There are many apps they run on the Android platforms. So basic operating system is a computing platform is the Android system, and there are various applications which are specific for medical purposes. So mobile apps, AI ML based softwares or cloud network based software or can be software as a medical devices. This slide, I just want to give an idea about the various software in medical device, because though I have mentioned an analogy, there still people will be needing for real life examples that we see it on the day in and day out in healthcare sector. So these are some examples of software in medical devices, which right now we think and globally also is much more aligned to the software in medical device concept. So it's an embedded software or a firmware or a microcontroller softwares. We call it a software in medical device. One of such areas is software embedded in a cardiac pacemaker. So this software, definitely it is a critical component of the pacemaker, because this software drives the pacemaker to perform the intended use or the purpose of the device. And it's very much essential, because if I remove the software, if I reprogram the software, then the intended function of the cardiac pacemaker may not be as it is been expected by the manufacturer. That's why we call it as an embedded software. And here, just like I mentioned, like an Apple device, where the software and the device, if I change the hardware unit, probably the software will not recognize. And another area which we commonly see is endoscopes. So there are many endoscopes systems wherein if you change or if you the endoscope unit will not the control system will not recognize the applicators beyond certain times of usage. So if it has been recommended for use for 5 times or 10 times, the 11th time or the 6th time when the user tries to connect the same applicator and run the applicator on a patient, the control system doesn't allow to perform or allow the healthcare professional to perform the intended function or the intended use of the device. So it's driving, the software is driving the entire function. The software is, though the software may be can be upgraded at any point of time. So like I mentioned in the case of endoscope applicators. So as and when the new serial numbers come up to the market, the manufacturer has to update the control system, because if the manufacturer doesn't update the control system, the newer applicators are not going to get recognized by the control system. Many often the servicing engineer will be upgrading, will be carrying this software to the clinical site or the hospital sites for upgradation of the control units and recognize the latest serial numbers or batches of applicators. So that's one case of software in medical device which exists as a standalone, but its function is to mainly to drive a device. Another example is an insulin pump, where it calculates the dose of insulin to be delivered to a particular patient based on the diabetics or based on the readings that the machine obtains from the blood samples. There are software which is pre-installed softwares. There are like from the IVD systems. That also comes under the software in medical devices. Then there are software which this is third and fourth example is almost the similar one. So these are the few examples which I would, 3-4 examples, I would put only 3-4 examples which are into software in medical devices. Moving on to the next, it's on software as a medical device and fewer examples from software as a medical devices. So one such case is that a software which is intended to image the body fluid preparation of the digital slides on pathology, cell pathology or microbiology, or even for the morphology review of certain cellular components. This particular software, they are not integrated into particular microscopes. Let's say if the microscope is from Leica or Olympus, this software doesn't have to be specific to that hardware. It can run on any kind of platforms or irrespective of the manufacturer of such microscopes. The images are obtained and the images are analyzed, probably annotated, or even allows to make certain kind of, or even that may have certain AI to understand the morphology of certain cells and predict it as certain kind of pathological cells from their library. The library can be in Sparta as a part of the installed package, or it can be through connected to via an internet service. So it can be there in the server, which keeps on building from real life experience. So that is also possibility. So software as a medical device, the way it operates has a lot of different, to achieve the same intended purpose, there are a lot of configurations are available. A lot of ways the same thing can be achieved. Another example is computer-aided design or detection software. Sorry, this is a computer-aided detection software, CAT detection software, which is also providing information on images. Like lastly, from the pathology or microbiology sector. Now, if you see from the radiology sector, it's also very common. There are for software, standalone software, which are for detection of TB. They scans the X-ray images and predict where these TB, whether whether it's a case of TB or not. So there are certain software which, irrespective, I mean, the hardware can be from GE machine, Siemens, Philips, but irrespective of the hardware that is acquiring that image, as long as that images are to the standard which is recognized by the software can standalone function as to analyze or detect the anomalies in the image and predict whether it is kind of a TB, for instance. The another example is AI/ML based. Again, it's an AI we have discussed on this thing. Probably many of you are aware about the machine learnings also. So there could be, or there may be right now as well, there are many software that may be into the research and development phase, which changes based on the machine learning concept. So especially it's been used for triages and cancer screenings, lesions. These are all emergency, just to see if I have probably the one of such applications which we heard that under research and development is for triage application for screening in emergencies where you are having a lot of patients and we don't know which is and we have only very limited hardware resources to screen or image patients. So we need to see which patient is at a critical stage. So it's kind of a triage mechanism which will identify the right patient. So probably he may be there in the 5th or the last position in a queue, but based on his clinical conditions in the past, there could be machine learning software which can predict that this patient, though is the last at the end of the queue, may be at a very higher risk and need medical attention. So in that way, this triage software prioritize who is the next patient to be scanned for CT or MRI, not the conventional queue system where first in, first out queue system. So these are triage application and it's a machine learning thing based, and you might all be, these are all very advanced concept because and it is all depend on the ecosystem at which these softwares are delivered. We are moving to more of a digital health era where probably like other, everybody will be having their own NIN numbers. I think that is what the Ayushman Bharat NHA program has been planning. So if such digital IDs and sharing of data across, irrespective of the healthcare institution where you are primarily diagnosed, or even the state in which they are primarily diagnosed, while we travel from one state to another, the medical records also get accessed from multiple locations. and which means that the software should also be taking into account all that data that is being generated for a long time to decide the right kind of triage mechanisms. So these are certain examples which we think these are not a medical device, not a software as a medical device or a software in medical device. Because we also get a lot of requests for clarification whether our device is a medical device or not. So there are certain very obvious to us at this point of time, which we feel that don't have to come across to us for repeated queries on such instances. Because because as I said, these are taken from the guidance document, probably would be available very soon. So if it has been there in the guidance document, probably you can consider that as a understanding of the current scenario on such softwares. So these are softwares which are for encrypting a data for transmission from a medical device to it. Just encryption. It doesn't have any measuring function. It doesn't analyze it. It just encrypt the data from a medical device and transmit to another location. We are not counting that as a software as a medical device. Then comes the softwares which are for monitoring the performance or proper functioning of a medical device, especially for servicing. This is also very quiet. I mean, these are the days where people just plug their car or a truck into a handheld device and screen for potential failures. So such softwares, probably in medical device field also in very near future, we may be seeing just like what has happened in the automobile industry and many other industries, plug the device and the system automatically runs set of programs to identify whether the device which requires service is to be a faulty one or not. So such kind of a software may not be coming under the definition of medical device. And there are software which are for just for compatibility purpose, because many of these software are developed by different manufacturers, may or may not be following a common protocol or a communication protocols or standards to transfer the data. So such kind of softwares may not be, or just converting from one format to another, or archiving certain kind of a data, or transferring or a data storage. So such may not be covered under software as a medical devices. Another example is software which are used for lossless compression, communication, symbol search. So these are all very not specific to medical purpose or medical this thing, though it is used in medical. So lossless compression is very common used in imaging or radiology field. And yeah, another one common example, emails. So if the software is designed to push emails having informations, that may not be under software as a medical devices. Video communication system, paging, though it is a very obsolete, I don't know how many uses pages these days, but it is commonly found, and even internationally also people recommend to keep such examples. So these are devices, just a communication device. It is not specific to healthcare or medical device. It can be applied on any sector. There are lab information systems. Even though here, I just want to specify this because every purpose or every intended use of a device as designed by the manufacturer has a very key role to identify if it is a software as a medical device or it's a commercial, not specific to medical purpose. And I specify, or I want to quote it, and specifically it's the intended use. That even though if it's a lab information management system, if the manufacturer has certain features, adds an AI module, like probably at the time of development, initial development, the lab information management system is just for capturing whatever the data the the healthcare professional or the technician just enter the data into the data structure, and it just transferred, or it has been displayed or made into a format which is easily printed on a paper. That was the initial thing. And later on, if the manufacturer adds an AI element into the thing, which detects or which flags certain conditions, then it becomes a medical device. So don't go by the terminologies like lab information system. All lab information systems are not a medical device. There can be certain lab information system. It depends on the intended purpose and intended use of the device and how the device is being designed. And the focus should be on the purposes which are mentioned in the first slides, the definition of medical device and the purposes listed in the first and the second slide. Gives an idea about what is a medical device or what kind of a software falls under the regulation of medical device. Image management system, because in the couple of slides back, I have used an example of microscopes running on certain kinds of softwares to detect certain pathologies. And here I have mentioned about softwares which is just for networking. If it is just for networking, not a medical device. Similarly, hospital or clinical information system, if it is for patient admission, scheduling a patient appointment or visit or insurance, billing, these are not software as a medical device. These are general purpose software. This doesn't attract the definition of medical purposes. From these slides, I just want to focus your attention on to few key terminologies which we often find in softwares. One such is intended use and indications for use, which I have emphasized in few slides back, because that determines whether it's a medical device or not. And determines on this intended use is something that's connected with your instruction for use, user manuals, your labeling, device master file, risk management, essential principle checklist. So all these things get connected. There we used to find cases where people would straight away give a disclaimer that our product is not a medical device. That would be bold opening statement for many of such applications. And then once we read the instruction for use and probably the standards against which the products are being tested, we find that they are using all the standards which are used specific for the medical device industry. Or we find that though it is, the opening statement is it's not a medical device, the intended function or the instruction for use repeatedly emphasize the use of the software for diagnosing certain diseases or certain conditions or disorders, or even the one common thing that we find is pain management. There are many things which are coming up saying that pain management softwares. So the terminologies intended use is very critical. The what has been instruction for use, the purposes, is very critical to classify whether it's a medical device or not. So they covered on this one, the medical purpose, intended use, disease, and conditions. These are the three key elements to be kept in mind while trying to assess a medical device as a software or as commercial software. Treatment and diagnosis. Treatment and diagnosis is also what software. Many softwares falls under the treatment and diagnose purpose. That may be for treatment or a mitigating or for connecting to other medical devices or medicinal products, comes under the definition. Diagnosing, screening, or detection of a disease or a conditions, that all medical devices. There are softwares which are for driving clinical management. They are inferring the information provided by the software as a medical device to aid in treatment, aid in diagnosis or triage or early signs of a disease or a condition, or even to guide for the next diagnostic or the next treatment interventions. They all are driving softwares, driving a clinical management. Informing clinical management. There are softwares which infers the information provided from a software as a medical device to not to trigger an immediate or near-term action. So these are also covered under medical devices. Also, the assessing the situations. How critical is the situation? Let's say that there are software which can, or solutions, or which refers to certain conditions where accurate and timely diagnosis of a treatment action is vital to avoid death, long-term disability, or serious deterioration of the health of an individual or larger public. There could be software as a medical device which can be considered for conditions when certain diseases are life-threatening or progression of the diseases, or it may affect the user's ability to decide, or maybe it's for targeting certain population. Probably a vulnerable populations like somebody who is illiterate, he doesn't know how to handle a softwares. So if you are, or maybe somebody who is challenged, probably visually challenged, or any other physical challenges somebody who is facing this. So these are vulnerable populations. So if you are addressing, or if the software is addressing such particular kind of populations, it has been considered as a critical softwares. And something which needs a specified or trained user or healthcare professional, critical. Then we classify it under serious situations. It's not critical, but still serious. So these are the cases where there is a moderate progression, but often curable. So the software is at a sphere of diagnosing certain ailments where the progression of disease can be assessed. And it is not specific to a target of populations, and is classify the softwares at a lower risk, not a critical one, but still serious. Then there is a non-serious scenarios. Non-serious scenarios are where the disease or the condition is very slow with a predictable progression to a disease state. May not be curable, but can be managed effectively and require only minor interventions. So if we cross the critical seriousness or the non-serious situations, as well as if you cross with the purpose, like whether it is for treatment, whether it is for driving a clinical management, or if it is for informing clinical management. If you crisscross both these scenarios, we'll probably able to understand what kind of a software or what kind of a risk assessed is a software. Because it's I don't know how much of you have grabbed this idea, because it requires a lot of patience. I'm sure that I may not be able to convey the whole thing in the 10-15 minutes of presentation, but these are just indication. You can take home, read on these matters. There are the current our understanding is also harmonized with the international practices. So you may find a lot of materials where it gives more elaborate explanations and case studies of various kinds of softwares and software as a medical devices. QMS, because another key area when it comes to manufacturing softwares. Just emphasizing on the two words, the life cycle support process and the realization and the user processes. Because 13485 is what's, or the fifth schedule of MDR is applicable to softwares. And when you're designing your QMS or having a QMS in process, just see whether these software life support processes and the software realization of the use processes are taken into account in your QMS. These two areas which is very critical for software when you're saying quality management system of softwares. Configuration management and control. Softwares has a lot of iterations. Maybe it is in terms of certain security bugs, or maybe it is some patches to enhance the performance of the devices. So the quality management system definitely need to have configuration management and control as a part of the QMS. That is what we expect when we look at the QMS of any software manufacturers. Software maintenance. Another key area of QMS, we look at the adaptiveness, preventive, and the corrective. Whether all the spheres of maintenance are taken into account while designing the QMS. Risk-based classification. Softwares are classified based on the risk, and the softwares are active medical devices, considered as active medical devices. The first schedule of MDR has mentioned the classification parameters, and we are in efforts to harmonize it. Probably there may be some draft in near futures where we can better classify softwares, but as of date, there are softwares classified based on the active diagnostic device, active therapeutic device, and other active devices. Risk management, again, 1497 is applicable for risk management. Those software industry has been predominantly using, I mean, like the banking sector or aviation sector, they have their own risk management. When it comes to medical industry, medical device industry, the 149 risk management is expected to be compliant because it's very specific to medical, and there are certain risks like specifically that locus from the patient angle, like probably the identification of the hazards, estimation and evaluation of the risks, and the action controls, and the effectiveness, how it's been effectively monitored. These are all important because the next session is the PMS, post-market surveillance, where all these risk management and all these concepts gets more relevant. Documentation and control. Again, part of the key. I'm just touching on the key elements of QMS, which are very critical for softwares, which are often feels that missed out or often given less importance while defining the QMS. Going ahead, standards. BAS is the national standard setting body. There are a lot of standards that have been drafted for software as a medical devices or software in general. Many of the existing standard, if it is a software in medical device, there is not much of need for a standard because many of the software or many of the hardware standards, specific or what you call the vertical standards, specific to certain devices, has already taken into account of, because it is well known that these electronic devices are driven by certain set of programs. So such programs are already been taken into consideration of certain vertical standards. So their software in medical devices mostly addressed, whereas software as a medical devices, there could be more and more standards coming up from the US on this area. The Indian medical device regulation also allows for leveraging standards apart from BAS. That means ISO or IEC has published certain standards, which BAS has. There's no counter standard for BAS for that certain products. Then ISO or IEC standards can be relied for demonstrating standard to demonstrate how the manufacturer meets the essential principles of safety and performance. So here I have just mentioned one, the risk management, because it's 88000021. This is very commonly used in software, or many of the software industries have used it, but 1497 is also what is being expected, because 1497 is specific software which is risk management commonly used in the medical device industry. 6304, this is on test life cycle. Those are into verification validation, as I saw some few hands on the laboratories. So verification, validation, the life cycle processes, a lot of it are laid down in 6304. So this is a good standard to refer for beginners. essential principles of safety and performance. Just keep in mind that when you try to meet, when you are developing a product or when you are making a QMS, take into account the essential principles of the product lifecycle, risk management, information security, and the use of that software in multiple combination platforms. Because these days you run a software from laptop, then you move into probably the healthcare professional, initiate a diagnosis or initiate a treatment on a workstation or a laptop, then he on the move transfer the same information while he's walking to his from the suit, I mean surgical suit, or from the diagnosis area to his outpatient area. So on the way also he may be moving the platform. Then probably he may be monitoring the same patient when he's leaving out of the hospital. So what starts from a workstation, move to tablets, laptop, the same information. Then he moved into apps while he's monitoring the same patient from location that is beyond his hospital premises. So that also is very key. Software, when softwares are developed, how it is moved from the different computing platforms. IT networks, IT securities, all other laws applicables. I mean, there are also more and more concerned on the data privacy. Yes, it is applicable. There are all other laws which are applicable on this medical, on the available in India or which are currently enforced in India, are also applicable to medical devices. This is probably my last slide. I hope I was, though it's a lengthy topic, just before the lunch, I am within time. Yeah. So this is the last slide, which I just want to, or probably those who are into startups or early manufacturing stages. These are just how the different classes of devices and different applications, and who is the authority for certain application. Like if it's a license or if it's a test license, manufacturing license, the first two rows indicate how the authority changes based on the class of the device. For clinical investigation or clinical performance evaluation is central licensing authority. For sale and distribution, retail sale or wholesale. This is also an area. Software, how do retail sale of software or wholesale of software, do we need to take license? It's again, software is also a medical device, and whatever applicable to medical device, it's applicable to software as well. So just try to grab the idea on retail distribution of softwares. Same certificates, whether it is a market standing certificate or non-conventional certificate that have been issued to other medical devices, are also available to software manufacturers. Pre-sale certificates, special codes, neutral codes. If there is a request to have such codes on the medical products, these are also available to medical devices. So that was my last slide. Thank you. I hope that more insights onto this short presentation may be available once the guidance documents comes out. Guidance document gives an opportunity to all the public also to make comments to see how the software as a medical device or softwares are currently understood from the regulatory perspective. And we expect feedbacks on the guidance documents. Thank you. Yes. Mhm. Yeah. I mean, for the general or this thing, I mean, I can give through an example which I may be right or wrong. Let's say GE is manufacturing an X-ray machine. Okay. And now GE, that X-ray machine is integrated with an AI software, as I just mentioned, embedded AI, which helps the medical graduate in identifying fractures, maybe, or maybe tumors, or sorry, this kind of TB. TB is a very good example of X-rays. Such cases. So the initial intended use of the manufacturer was to just capture the X-ray images of a patient and then display it, leave the rest to the diagnosticians or the healthcare professional to make the diagnosis. Now the intended use has changed. As far as I understand, the intended use is now changed because the design of the X-ray machine is now integrated with a lot of AI tools and data and libraries, which screens the image and flags certain things. So intended use, when it's changed, now there is a new risk, the new design. The whole device is considered as a new one, and it needs an endorsement. Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do you treat that?
Yeah. For example, if it is just user interface, as is that what I'm?
Yeah. It's a workflow kind of.
The flow, the screens, how the workflows will change for better use by a healthcare professional. Cannot be different. It is a possible changes.
Sure. And okay.
I see.
So before.
And how many questions can we complete?
We can take one more,
Yeah.
and then we'll take in the last session.
Yeah. You may please.
Hello. Yeah, hi, sir. I'm Ruben. I have an AI in healthcare startup, and we're incubated in CCamp. So the question is basically most of us work remotely, and most startups are incubated in incubators. But for getting a manufacturing license, even if you're a software as a medical device, it goes through that you need to have a manufacturing plant and you need certain area and stuff like that. We have like cybersecurity certifications, HIPAA, GDPR compliance, and ISO 27001. So even though we are in CCamp, we have every cybersecurity things taken into picture right from encryption. So is manufacturing, like, do we really need to buy a place or rent out a manufacturing area to get a SAMD license, manufacturing license?
This is an area which still activity discussed. And one concept is that even if you are developing certain softwares or developing certain things remotely, you don't have a physical location or an area to say that you are not carrying out that activity in that particular area. It can be remotely, maybe from within the country or maybe from within outside the countries as well. Right now, the regulation expects the whole activity. Like you may be having your own server, or maybe you are having servers which are located outside your premises or the computational activities. So we see that the whole system, the whole area which is under your active engagement to be registered as a manufacturing site for manufacturing means if you have your own server.
We're on the cloud because I think everybody will.
So you have some premises, or you have some premises where you address or where you take in your quality management systems or QMS, or where you keep your records, or from where you release your product to the market, or even where you carry out your labeling activities. You need to have an understanding because it's all, either it is all entirely done on a laptops or a cloud server. The problem is the location of your, as you mentioned, the entire activity, A to Z, of developing a software to giving the software to the end market. It's entirely done on the server, and you don't have any other locations other than the servers. You are tapping into your internet. You are tapping into the so probably at the location of the servers or location where you are having an arrangement to do any of your activities.
So can CCamp be the?
If it permits like the CCamp authority or the development organization allows to register.
If CCamp is, besides being an incubator, if it is registered as a manufacturer with CDSCO, that's also a problem. Because right now you are in the incubator, which is not supposed to be a manufacturer.
Right.
So there is a catch. The how CCamp allows. CCamp allows. Yes. If CCamp allows, then probably you need to rent out somewhere where you are carrying out the entire processes.
So we are, like I mentioned, we are remote, and our solution is a software as a medical device. So it's an app, and we identify oral cancer at an early stage. So everything development is done remotely on the cloud and deployed on the cloud itself. So there's no like mandatory requirement per se to buy or lease out a manufacturing plant, except for the purpose of this one. But even there, I think with Bangalore traffic, I don't think people will travel.
And this is an area where it's like a shared area because the server is the area where the entire manufacturing activity happens. If you like say, you'll find medical device parts. It's a shared area. I call it the entire medical device parts is a digital space. Then it comes to a server. I'm kind of trying to think of an analogy. Like you're saying it's a medical device park and there are hundreds of companies located doing the manufacturing processes. That each unit needs to be licensed. Similarly, if it's a server entirely running it, it's running on a server. Probably the location of the server, I need to have a discussion on how to register that and their location here. That also, there are servers, there are redundancy servers. There are a lot of issues. I think these are very early phases. They're still figuring it out. But probably right now at this juncture, you can go for registration, try to register this thing because the legal system takes time to adapt to certain concerns. And it's very early stages, probably. Need to see how it turns out. And as of now, I can suggest that maybe a fiscal premises is required.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Basil. Thank you for all the questions. So now we will head for our lunch and we'll be assuming the third session by 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back everyone. We'll start with our third session of the day. The session for this session, the critical area is clinical performance, evaluation performance, in vitro diagnostic for IVD medical devices. For this session, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Sela Senthil. Please welcome Dr. Sela Senthil.
Good afternoon, all of you. It's a post-lunch session they given to me. I will try to, as much as active you are, more interesting to learn the things. From the morning, we are heard about the medical device and their regulations in India. Before going to my topic of clinical performance evaluation and performance evaluation, I would like to tell how this IVD has been brought under the regulations. Since I am working in IVD division since from 2010, I have the opportunity to work towards the journey of the IVD regulations. My journey also with the IVD regulation journey, I can tell. Initially, these IVDs has been regulated under the Drug and Cosmetic Act and the rules. That time there is no differentiation between the different classification system not been adopted in India. That time we have only two categories. One is notified IVDs and non-notified IVDs. Later on, then we brought the MDR. It is a game changer, I can say. Once the MDR has been notified and it is effective, that time also we are regulating all the reagents. It is not that only after MDR we are regulating IVDs. From the beginning we are regulating, but once the MDR has been implemented, we are categorizing as per the risk based approach. A and B, C and D, like that. Later on, still some of the product not been brought under the regulations. Still some gaps are there, like instrument, analyzers and software that is not brought under the regulation that time. Then once the definition for the medical device has notified, that cover the diagnosis bird also. With that, we are able to cover entire IVD sector, including reagents, kits, analyzers, instrument, and software also. You may be heard about previous session, my colleague has been given about the regulatory approach for the SAM. Now, definition. We have definition for the medical device. Right now, it is notified. But in case of IVD, I think switch is mic is problem. Power gone. I can manage. You can able to hear. It's working. In case of IVD, still it is regulated as a substances under drug definition 3B section 3B1 of the Drug and Cosmetic Act. If you see under medical device rule, there also under ZB, we are given medical device definition. Under that, we are given subcategory as a in vitro diagnostic device. If you see the explanation class under the ZB, it is mentioned for the purpose of this rule. This rule means MDR. Substances used for in vitro diagnostic shall be referred as a in vitro diagnostic medical device. Still, we are not clear that globally we have separate definition for the in vitro diagnostic. For the easy understanding of the IVD, I have taken the same definition, which is from the IMDRF in the document January 2021. If you see the IVD definition of the IMDRF, it is more specific and more elaborate, more clear. What are the products comes under this IVD category? Then we can able to adapt our MDR to this product for the regulatory pathway. If you read each and every word, it is more important. A device, whether used alone or in combination, intended by the manufacturer for the in vitro examination of the specimens. The word specimen is more important for the in vitro diagnostics. Derived from the human body, solely or principally to provide the information for diagnostic, monitoring, compatibility purpose. This include reagent, calibrators, controls, specimen receptacles, software and related instrument or apparatus or other articles. If you see entire these things, it is covering all the range of IVDs except one product which our country we regulate, that is animal. Veterinary IVDs we are brought under regulations. If you see here, it is only human being. Next thing, first we are confused with the drug and medical device. Later on, we are again having discussion and confusion with whether my product is drug or my product is medical device or my product is IVD. After IVD, there is again confusion whether my product is in vitro diagnostics or in vivo diagnostics. Based on that wordings, the entire product is differ and the regulatory requirements also get difference. So that we have to be careful about the regulatory requirement and what is your product. If any innovators or any startup or even the existing manufacturer, they want to add up any new product just to see what is your product, whether it is a drug, whether it is a diagnostic. Diagnostic means again you have to see whether it is in vitro diagnostic or in vivo diagnostics. Some of the examples I given. For in vitro diagnostic, you are aware about glucose test strip and pregnancy test strip. But in case of in vivo diagnostics, it is continuously monitoring by touching or getting inside, access the body, so that it is covered under the in vivo. For example, glucose monitoring system. It is the laser has been sensor has been injected to the dermis layer. With that, you can get continuously monitor the glucose level. Then that device is connected to the sometimes to the insulin pump also. It will take the reading continuously. Then the insulin pump also, they will give that dosage as per the need. And also CT scan, MRI equipment, these all are taking in vivo. And CTB skin test, we had confused with this product, whether it is IVD or in vitro or in vivo. Why means this is injected into the dermis. By after injecting, based on the reaction at that localized area, they will identify whether this patient is having TB or not. Then this product comes under in vivo. These are the important key definitions given in the Medical Device Rule 2017. These are reagents. Not all the reagents comes under the in vitro diagnostic and regulations. Only the chemical, biological or immunological component solutions or preparation intended by the manufacturer. The word you see, intended by the manufacturer to be used as a in vitro diagnostic medical device. For laboratory purpose also you have reagents like potassium permanganate, like other reagents. It is laboratory purpose. If you claim any system or any reagent is for the in vitro diagnostic, the specific intended use based on that, it is covered under the in vitro diagnostics and new in vitro diagnostic medical device. The simplest way, what is new in vitro diagnostic medical device? Morning, Asim Sahu sir also clarified that how the investigational medical device has been differentiated from the approved device. Similarly, here also new IVD has been differentiated by the way of approval. If the similar product is not approved by the CDSCO, that is Central Licensing Authority, that product is new IVD. If the similar product is already approved, then you can call it as approved product. Then the regulatory pathway will differ for the approved product as well as the new IVD. Similarly, performance evaluation and clinical performance evaluation. Performance evaluation and clinical performance evaluation, for simple understanding, performance evaluation is done at in-house or sometimes in external evaluation by analytical validation, evaluate the performance of the kit by using the leftover or archived samples. But in case of clinical performance evaluation, the performance of the IVD has been assessed through the recruiting the patient. Lively, the patient has been recruited. From that patient, the specimen will be taken and they can be accessed. That is called clinical performance evaluation. Then specimen receptacles, you are aware, for the it is used to collect the blood or any specimens to do the in vitro diagnostic. Similarly, for transmissible agents, any agent capable of being transmitted to the person which causes communicable infection or contagious disease. This is called transmissible agent. Like medical device, IVD also classified as per the risk: low risk class A, low moderate risk class B, moderate high risk class C, and high risk class D. So some of the examples I given: specimen receptacles, analyzers, and glucose test strip. Here, glucose test strip is class B, but that glucometer is class C. Why? The glucometer, based on that, sometimes the treatment has been given. That's why it is kept under high risk category. Similarly, for class D, grouping is more important. We have to match the grouping while transfusing the blood in blood banks. That's why we kept at class D. HIV confirmatory test also in blood bank, they will be used if any false positive or false negative is create the consequence. That's why we kept in class D. This is a simple slide with that we can able to understand which activity is regulated by which regulatory body. In India, we have federal system, we have central licensing authority as well as the state licensing authority. In case of all import license for class A, B, C, D, it is given by the CDSCO. Later on, if it is a fresh endorsement, then any post-approval change after taking the license and subsequent to the after completion of 5 years, you are coming for the retention. That is also done by the CLA, that is CDSCO. Similarly, for the manufacturer class A and B, it is done by the SLA. C and D, it is done by the CLA through our zonal office. The first fresh applications, any application related to the C and D, it will be reached to the zonal office, concerned zonal or sub-zonal officers, CDSCO. Then they will scrutinize and they will plan for inspection. Then after final recommendation, it will reach to the CDSCO. Then again, some of the extra point need to be verified by the CDSCO headquarters, our IVD division. Then it is recommended for issuing the license. Similarly, for CPE, it is permission is only issued by the CDSCO. Sale is, you are aware, it is done by the competent authority is state licensing authority. QMS verification is done by, through the notified body for the class A and B, and C and D, it is done by our inspectors, medical device officer, those who are already got trained in the medical device regulations and quality management system. Similarly, FSC, MSc, NCC, and neutral code, special code. This also done through portal nowadays. For FSC, it is done by the concerned regulatory body, and MSc NCC also concerned regulatory authority. Neutral and special code is done by the, for export purpose, it is done by the CLA. Since I already told, it is post lunch session, we have to be more active. To interact more, I made this small quiz. Okay, here I have listed 6 products. Try to identify one by one. First thing, you have to identify what is this product, whether it is drug or it is medical device or it is IVD. Next point, you have to identify under which class it is regulated. We will try. We will try. First product I have given, but you are not doing. Class C, correct. Next product, in vitro fertilization media. Can you guess anyone? Anyone? It is a drug or device or IVD? Device, correct. It is a device. Then class is B. Third product, viral transport media. Viral transport media. Class A. Lancet. Classification, class B. Fifth product, IVD or medical device? Yes, IVD. Class? Very good. Then pre-filled insulin syringe. Who told IVD? Thank you. Then we will go to the regulatory pathway. Under IVD life cycle, we will divide into 2 things. One is pre-market phase and the post-market phase. In pre-market phase, we will do approvals based on the whether it is approved product or it is new IVD. The regulatory pathway is differ. If it is the product is already approved, only 2-step process. First, you take test license, either MD12 or MD13 or MD17. Do your in-house validations, and you straight away go for the import license or manufacturing license. If suppose your product is new IVD, there is no similar product is approved by the CDSCO, then this product comes under the category of new IVD. For that regulatory process, additional 2 steps are involved. First, similarly, you take test license, you manufacture the small quantity, and you do in-house validations, and you plan for the clinical performance evaluation. Then you have to make the protocol to do the study on the patient populations. For that, you have to make the application in MD24. That MD24 applications has been discussed along with the IVD expert committee in CDSCO headquarters. Once the committee satisfy and recommend to the DCGI, then the permission for conducting clinical performance evaluation in MD25 is issued. Once you have taken approval for conducting the study, you have to be cautious. As per the stipulated condition, you have to do the study. Once you are ready with the data, then you can again apply to CDSCO for getting new IVD permission in the form MD28. Again, the data will be again deliberated with the support of IVD expert committee. Then the permission for new IVD has been issued. Later on, the normal process of obtaining import license and manufacturing license is similar. In case of post-market phase, okay, we have done the stringent pre-market assessment. Now the product is marketed. We cannot leave as such. Why means each and every product we are not going to test and monitor the quality. That's why the post-market phase is more important to see the and monitor the quality in the market. You will get the lot of imports during marketing. That may help to improvise your quality as well as immediately act to protect the usage of falsified or any NSQ product. If it is approved product through MVPA, Material Vigilance Program, it has been monitored. They have systems. And we have also another session there we can deeply see how it is done. In case of approved product, a new IVD product, it is through the PSUR. They have to do the PSUR submission for 2 years, every 6 months. 4 report they have to submit through. That is also made online. I told every time you have to see whether your product is approved or new product, where you will able to find out. Solution is in our portal. We have database, approval database. No need any login credential. Simple, any public, you can able to see this database. I have marked this one. It is available for both IVD as well as the medical device. Since my session is related to IVD, I have marked. You can get all the details about the import product as well as the manufactured product. From that, you can able to identify whether my similar product is already approved by the CDSCO or not. What is the product name? What is the license number? What is the specific intended use? You have to see the specific intended use, so that then only you can see, is there any difference? You have to match everything. How to match? These are the things you have to compare. Whether the specimen is utilized in our proposed product and already approved product is same or any difference. If it is the whole blood, serum or urine or saliva or any other throat samples. If the specimen is differ, then your product is differ. Similarly, disease, whether the same product is claimed with the same disease or disorders like HIV or any cancer marker, then you have to see comparison between disease. Then specific analyte or pathogen to be identified. Whether your pathogens you are proposing for HIV-1, HIV-2, then you have to match with that product. And if you look up with any other genotype, then genotype level need to be matched. If some product is able to detect only 2 gene, you are making for the 3 gene, then your product is different. That's why I given this comparison, and you have to go through the technology. One product is already available in ELISA format, but you are making in PCR, then your product is new. That's why you have to see the technology also. Then intended user. Sometimes the available product is only for the laboratory purpose, but you are come up with the self-testing. Then the user is differ, the critical in nature, that the sometimes it is require new IVD category permission. Whenever any startup or any innovators, they start with the test license application. That's why I want to give some tips how to submit the proper and complete application, so that you will get the license within the time. We will process test license for IVD within 30 days. If your documents are in line as per the checklist, then you will get the license without any single query. Sometimes they will make the legal form, they do error. They will mention only the Ramu or some name. They will not mention their company names. After getting the license, they will come to us, sir, you issue amendment to this one. You correct my company name needed for development. That time we don't have system for post-approval change or amendment in test license. They have to go through again, apply for this one. Better you correct these things. Testing or evaluation site address in legal form. They will not mention, just they will tell ICMR site. They will not give any exactly name and address of the in-house. They have to mention your site also. I am doing only in-house. You mention your site address, name and address. And if you are planning for in-house as well as the external evaluation, you give both the name and address. Sometimes you can list around 3 or 6 product you are applied. It requires some more external evaluation laboratories. That laboratory you have to choose from our PR list. If any difficulties are there, then you can mention any government institute. Then quantity permitted to be mentioned in the legal form. They will mention only in number without any units. For that, we have to again get clarification. What is the number of tests, total number of tests? For simple clarification, again the chain will be another 15 days or 30 days. It's delay in your application process. Covering letter without mentioning the purpose. Each application you have to mention, with this application, I am going to do only in-house validation. With this application, I am planning for in-house as well as the external evaluation. No, this is, I am making for in-house, external as well as the clinical performance evaluation. Then you clearly mention in your application, these are my purpose. This way, I am applying for the test license so that the reviewer easily can understand without any further clarification, they can able to give the approval. And justification. It will not match sometimes. You will be mentioning some quantity in the legal form. If you see the justification, the total quantity will not be matched. Again, we have to ask, with this, you are proposed for 100 tests. By using the 100 tests, what are the tests you are planning? I am going to do the in-house validation for this many tests. For stability, I am going to use extra, I need this much quantity. Then you give the bifurcation so that we can able to understand, okay, this is the quantity, it is justified, it is matched. Then for certain product, before issuing any manufacturing or import license, we record external evaluation report from the notified or sometimes from the NIB Noida for HIV, HCV, HBS, AG. NIB Noida is a Central Medical Device Testing Laboratory notified under the Medical Device Rule 2017. Rightly, we have only one laboratory. But in case of many other markers, we have identified laboratories with help of ICMR. We are listed in the performance evaluation guidance document, which is we recently updated. You can find out if still if you don't have any approach there, you are not able to find out any laboratory for your marker, you can do it at any government laboratories. These are the critical disease for which we require external evaluation. Apart from this, sometimes through SLAs, we are getting clarifications or some manufacturers are, we are forced to give the PR external evaluation for some other product. For them, you can show our orders and guidance document. It is available in our website. You can get clarification to them by showing this product. So only these identified product only require external evaluation, not all the IVDs. Coming to my topic, clinical performance evaluation. Under Rule 59, you have to apply the obtain the clinical performance evaluation permission. For that, this is the checklist. You can you have to give the covering letter clearly mentioning the what is the purpose, and you have to pay the fees 25,000, and the legal form you need to complete in nature, and approval from the ethics committee. That site need to be had ethics committee approval. That the ethics committee also get registered from the CDSCO, and they have to mention the source, whether it is a blood or whether it is a specimen, from which source, what is the quantity they are going to use in their study. And they have to mention the device description and what is their proposed raw material specification, what is the specific intended use, product insert. And the product insert is a art. In case of IVD, they have to mention, if you are proposing for, suppose for example, one rapid card, they have to mention the intended statement very clearly. What is your intended specimen? What is the intended use? What is the indication? And what is the technology? And they have to give the procedure, technology, and principle, and pictorial representation for the user level. They have to help. Otherwise, during testing, they will face some error. Next one, they have to give in-house performance evaluation data and clinical performance evaluation plan. That is more important. I have another slide. What are the contents should be there in the clinical performance evaluation plan? That means clinical protocol. And they have to submit the case report form as per the table 6 of 7th schedule. And they have to give the undertaken. That format also given in the table 9 of the 7th schedule. And in the legal form, they have to mention the list of laboratories and the institute to be part of the evaluation study. If any, already if they done any external evaluation, that report also they can able to submit. These are the conditions. With this, they have to perform the clinical performance evaluation. CPE shall be conducted in accordance with the approved CP plan. There should not be any change. If they want to change anything, they have to take the approval from the licensing authority. And they have to follow the good clinical practice guidelines also. And CPE shall be initiated after approval of the CPE plan by the registered ethics committee. Without ethics committee approval, they should not initiate. The CPE shall be registered in the register also before enrolling the first patient. Then they have to submit the annual report, whether they are continuing the study or they are discontinued. If they are discontinued, within 30 days, they have to intimate to the licensing authority. And all the document, all the site involved in this study, they are about to be audited as and when it is required by the central licensing authority, as alone or in we go along with the state licensing authority with the help of sometimes experts also. This is the clinical performance evaluation protocol content. They have to, it is not that it is a minimum criteria. They have to keep these titles in there and they have to give rationale for the study, what is the purpose, objectives, and the what population they are going to conduct the study, and description of the test method and the interpretation of the result, how the result has been interpreted, and the what specimen they are going to collect, and what is the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and what limitation, if there any warnings are there. These things they have to point out and mention in the protocol. If they how many number of study sites they are involved, that each and every site address and the particular auditors, investigators or principal investigator name and detail need to be clearly specified in the protocol. Selection of reference test. When we plan for the clinical performance evaluation, we have to compare with the already available gold standard. That gold standard should be well validated and it should be also have the regulatory approval. We cannot compare with any unapproved product. If sometimes we don't have any reference test, we have developed one COVID test during that time. We don't have any reference test. That is the first time. But we have a research use product which is developed by the ICMR. Then ICMR did the validation against their research product. Then they have matched. Similarly, also the protocol can be designed. Similarly, in case of when they will submit application to the MD24, these are the non-compliance or observation we observed. When we are deliberating these protocols with the experts, they find out these are the remarks they raised during the several deliberation. That's why I given. It may be more useful for any innovators or startup to plan their protocols without any deviation from these requirements. In legal form, they will not mention the sponsor name. In place of sponsor name, they will write some other site address. That's why we are able to raise a clarification. And they will not give the details of the intended use. And if they mention also that intended use will not be matched with the product insert, then again we need to have the clarification. In the application, there is one legal form, there is one column, equivalency to predicate device. Sometimes they will write yes. If your product is yes, then we are coming for the clinical performance evaluation. It could be the error. Because of simple reason, we have to get the clarification again. And name and address of the laboratory, institute, ethics committee approval details, and principal investigator details will not be matched. They will write some other details in legal form. And if you see the revised protocol, there some other details will be there. Again, we have to get the clarifications for this. Then again, the application will come to you. Then you have to submit the details. It is delay your application. If you are submitting incomplete application, your application is delayed by yourself only. Covering letter. In the covering letter, you have to give the additional details about the product, whether in sometimes it may be the importer product. You have to mention sometimes you are brought the technology from the technology holder. It is then you may have the agreement with the research coordinator, collaboration with the institute. Then that detail, that copy of the agreement, you need to give in the covering letter so that the reviewer and the committee will be easily understand, okay, this technology is developed by the IIT or ICMR AIMS. Then from that, this is the industrial partner. Then this is the sponsor. Tomorrow it is marketed by this legal manufacturer, and where it is manufactured, what is the manufacturing site address. If you everything cover in the covering letter, it is gives a clear picture. Okay, this technology is developed. This is the background, so that the committee will be easily understand the approval can be given without any further delay. Constitution of the firm, they will mention only single line. It is a trust. It is the private authority. They will not give any supporting document. Who is the director? What is the composition? Nothing. And in the checklist point 3, device description, as I already told, they will something they will submit. It will not be matched. And in-house performance evaluation data to establish the stability and specificity sensitivity. They will not submit whether they have done this study in the finished product or done in the development study. That supporting data they will not submit. If any stability study or analytical validation, clinical specificity and sensitivity through the analytical validation, that data they will not submit. Approval from the ethics committee, they will just submit the acknowledgement copy. They will not submit the approval. Then later on they will tell, sir, now I am changed. For the changed updated one, they will not submit the ethics committee approval. These are the things you have to be careful while submitting the applications. You can update in between. If continuously you are revising and you are not able to match these things, then you are delaying your own application process. Clinical performance evaluation plan, as I already told, it is having content, objectives, justifications, study site, and study. Sometimes what they will do, already product is already approved. For the approved product, they want to do the study, but there is applicability for the CPE is not required. That protocol they will be submitting. These are the relaxation given under the Medical Device Rule 2017. Under Rule 59.4 MDR 2017, in case of any public emergency, this clinical performance evaluation can be waived out. By using this class only during COVID, monkeypox and other things, we are able to manage. Similarly, there is no fees for the any government institute run by the state or central government. If they participate in the study, they are no need to pay separate fees. That exemption also given. Another relaxation, CPE permission not applicable for new veterinary IVD. There is no provision to do clinical performance evaluation study for the new veterinary IVDs. Similarly, relaxation is given, CPE permission not applicable for the study proposed and approved IVD. And if the study is only for the academic purpose, that is also CPE is not having provision. And also there is a request from the industry side. They are requested in case of medical device, they have permission if the product is already approved. in the developed country like USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and Japan. If and marketed in 2 years, then they have exemption class. They can not do investigation in Indian populations. Similar exemption they requested to our CDSCO. Then through DTAP, the proposal has been deliberated. Then the recommendations, they are not considered. What they clearly mention after deliberation, IVD can vary significantly due to the biological difference among the population. Genetic and environmental factors contribute to this variation, making it crucial to access and confirm the performance of the IVD in Indian population. Therefore, waiver of the clinical performance evaluation under Rule 64 of approval of IVD in country was not considered by the board. With a clear recommendation, they are not considered. As I already told, we have different IVD expert committees. These are the list of currently we have 10 expert committees. We are in the process of making an expert committee for AI based IVDs also. And where we get the expert, we mainly get the expert from the research institutes like NIB, ICMR, and laboratories like ICMR laboratories, NIV, and NIMR, NIRT. These are the available specifications. Currently also we made protocols, and 39 protocols we have released, which is having what is the specificity sensitivity criteria. You can go through. It is a huge list additional to these products. It is a data how many MD24 applications be approved till from 2018 to June 2025. If you see 30 applications be approved in case of MD24, but in case of MD28, only 6 products. What is the indication? Only 6 products, new IVD able to reach the market. Remaining all products are in pipeline. Either they are under study or they are developing other way to reach the marketing. Similarly, we have issued 5,000 number of import license, manufacturing license, huge number of manufacturing license be given, 3 and 4 through the SLA, and CLA be given 1,208 manufacturing license through our zonal and headquarters. These are the new initiatives. Recently, we made a MOU with ICMR to develop the harmonized protocol. With that, we are this month we released 39 evaluation protocol, which include also 10 field evaluations. We also made the guidance document for the antimicrobial susceptibility testing protocol also, and we have a system of MedTech Mitra. Through the we are supporting the innovators. We also released the separate IVD reporting form this month only through the material vigilance program. We also simplified like medical device. We also made the system for simplification for the NCC and also for the auto generation of the neutral code. And we have updated the FAQs, and we have registered 7 medical device testing laboratories for the IVDs. We also started regularizing the COVID IVDs, and we are making the tooltips like Asim Sahu sir mentioned. By making the tooltips, we are able to achieve the without much clarification. We are able to process the application. It is supporting the stakeholders much. Separate provisions for subsequent importers as well as the brand approvals. This is the recent event. In that only our protocol has been released by the Honorable Minister of State. We have also challenges. We have not having a sufficient number of government testing laboratories. We don't have enough sample panels to develop or support the innovations. We don't have the limitation for the standard harmonized protocol. We also limitation for the harmonizing the international regulation with the country specific requirement. And also complaint awareness among the laboratories, those who are doing the IVD testings. Right now, this is the data. These many manufacturers currently available. If you see in Karnataka, 31 IVD manufacturers are there. The data is still year 2024. It may be more. These are the links you can go through IVD related informations. Some general awareness. These two IVDs we have banned. Finally, without quality diagnostic treatment is blind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil.
Thank you. If you
Do we
permit
have
any
any questions? We'll take one question if anyone has. Okay.
No question. You are active or still after lunch? Yeah. Yes, yes, I am hearing. Yes, yes. But I mentioned that in India we are covering both. But that definition is taken from the IMDR. We are also working to bring the definition for IVD. Yes. Yes, yes. We are animal husbandry. We are taking NOC. Then we are issuing.
Okay.
If no further questions, yeah.
We are getting a license and we have to a clinical lab or from the clinical accredited lab. And we are writing to the lab, and after that, you are giving us license because of that you have done it from the private lab. But since whenever we will be getting a chance from the MLA, we will be getting it. After 6 months with the extension, we have already got, that has came to an end. Then again, we have to apply for that.
Yeah, this problem is there. We are trying to resolve this issue with the help of ICMR. And recently, you are aware, I have also shown in my presentation. And now we are ready with the standard protocol. Now we are searching for the suitable testing laboratory. We are identified 52 laboratories. Was the enable accreditation done for this 52 identified laboratory by the ICMR? We are able to resolve this issue soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Again, you have to approach CDSU.
Thank you, sir. So our next session will dwell into the intricacies of post-market surveillance and vigilance reporting on medical devices. For this session, we are delighted to welcome back Mr. Ajay Basil, Assistant Drug Controller, Central Drug Standard Control Organization. And alongside him, Dr. Sela Senthil will join us back.
Thank you. So we are just running short of time, and with the paucity of time, I will be just quickly going through the presentation. I think we are supposed to complete by 3:15, 15 minutes. Yeah, to keep up the time, I will just quickly go through this presentation, and we'll try to stick on to the time of the session. So we are looking at the post-market surveillance and vigilance activities for medical device in this session. The basic concept of post-market surveillance is to have a systematic process to collect, analyze information from medical devices which are placed in the market. And this whole process of post-market surveillance gives benefit to multiple stakeholders. One such is the common and the obvious answer is regulatory compliance. But apart from the regulatory compliance, this activity of post-market surveillance heavily help the manufacturers to identify the risk which they have not foreseen at the time of design and development. And through post-market surveillance, they can identify such issues and try to address it with the corrective actions. And it is also an opportunity for the manufacturers to see their risk benefit ratios. At the time of submission of application, probably there will be many benefits to the patient, which maybe need to be readdressed at the time of post-market surveillance, or that can give a confidence that their assessment, initial assessment, is at the right approach and gives it outweighs the risk. It helps us in identifying a quick identification of new these alerts and system, and also timely communication of the alerts to the public. It helps us in creating innovation, because based on the post-market surveillance data, the research and development team of the manufacturers, they can develop newer product effectively. And it also give assurance to the patient and improve the patient safety. Because as and when a post-market surveillance activities helps to identify certain issues in terms of quality, manufacturing, design, the rectification action can also be taken. And it can be passed out, or it can be passed on to the manufacturer or the hospitals or the clinicians working in the device. The base of a post-market, a good post-market surveillance activity in a manufacturing is to have a clear post-market surveillance plan. And the plan has to be integrated into the clinical quality management system. So make sure that the quality management system, when you design the quality management system of for medical devices, the PMS plan is taken into consideration at the initial step. And it needs to be very specific to the product and the risk class, because a very generalized post-market surveillance plan may not be effective in monitoring the risk associated with device once it has been placed in the market. Yeah, some of the key elements of a good plan. One is the data collection. You need to have a very good data collection plan and data sources. The data sources can be user feedbacks, feedback forms, registries. One such registry is the National Cancer Registry run by the ICMR. Some of these registries may or may not be directly helping the manufacturers, but some registries can help and can provide certain informations about certain devices and their post-market surveillance. It is not necessary that every registries need to be set up by the government. The registries may be collaborated by the industry with the hospitals and other clinical establishment or academia to create such registries and monitor certain post-market activities of the devices. Then there is a passive data sources like adverse event reports, complaints from the healthcare professionals, patients, review of the literature, scientific literature which is available in the public domain, market feedbacks from the various distributors or anyone in the channel partners in the channel of from production to distribution. So all they can provide a passive information, passive data on post-market surveillance. So ensure that when you plan for QMS, PMS is a part of it, and it needs to have adequate number. And I would suggest try to make use of all the data sources, at least all the data sources that have been mentioned in the slide, because there can be many other data sources as well. But I have put certain things which are quite obvious and very easy to have it in your plan. The next one is the data analysis. The signal detection. You need to have a very good pattern analysis. Like we need to know what we are at the phase of design and research and development, manufacturing stage, and the post-market. So signal detection is very critical to identify the pattern. Trend analysis, again, it's also part of data analysis only. Adverse events or serious adverse events keep repeated from time to time on this thing, and effective the frequency of the events. Because in the initial assessment of your risk management file, you will be having your risk assessed or the risk benefit ratios and the frequency of occurrence of being calculated. Now is the right time to see whether there is a trend or in the adverse events getting repeated more and beyond what is being expected at the initial design time. So this is the right. This is how it spurs the innovation. Because if it goes beyond, then there's definitely need for a design review of the medical device. Next comes the risk assessment. As I mentioned, it's connected with the risk. Risk assessment may need for a different corrective action or a preventive action in place to mitigate such events from happening, adverse events or serious adverse events from occurring in the market. root cause analysis, another critical data analysis step. So as the word suggests, the root cause analysis is the same. What is the main root cause of the failure? Signal detection, trend analysis, risk assessment, root cause analysis. If you have touched upon all these areas, probably your risk management has a very good data analysis step. Another key step is the action taken. Either need to have a preventive action, or a corrective action for all the events that has happened. And then effective communication. How effectively it is being communicated to the regulator and other institutions like IPC, which is running the material vigilance program, and other stakeholders, which includes the hospitals, the end users, patients, etc. That is the action step. The last, review and continuous improvement step. Make sure that when you plan for a post-market management plan, or at least we expect the post-market management plan to have management review periodically or time to time to see what are the adverse events or serious adverse events occurring. At least the management is quite aware about the events related to their medical devices, and then they can plan accordingly, whether the needs for a design change or discontinuation of certain products or withdrawal of certain products from the market, etc. Updating the technical documentation and feedback loops. So these are all part of the review and continuous improvement. So the 4 steps, almost you will have a good PMS plan. And then this is the SOP for conducting the PMS. So that is the general PMS which I have given. Now specific to investigational medical devices, as it has been explained in multiple presentations before me, investigational medical devices are new, which doesn't have a predicate devices. These devices are expected to have submit a PSUR, periodic safety update reports. And the report should have contain all the relevant information regarding the risk associated with it, the adverse events related to it, and the patient exposure, and the variety of patient, the population, whether it is a pediatric patient, vulnerable patient group, or is it a general patient group. All these things need to be addressed when it's submitting the PSUR. There is a format given in the 7th schedule. It can be referred to while preparing a PSUR reports. And it's also should include the different status of various market authorization that have been issued, like if your product has been available in multiple countries. So the post-market data from multiple countries also need to be reflected in the PSUR, and it need to be submitted to the regulator. And there is a need to make sure that there is an indicator whether there is a change in product information, because once the PMS study once you start with the clinical investigation, at any point of stage, if there is any changes, that needs to be indicated clearly in the PSUR documents. They can have various sources. One is the safety findings directly from the clinical investigation. So PSUR, I believe PSUR concept is clear to you, I guess, and it is done after a clinical investigation or during that phase. If there are any safety findings, that needs to be addressed in the PSUR reports. Even if there is a non-interventional studies also, that needs to be part of this thing. Any other non-clinical studies, the data findings from that also becomes a part of this source of information for PSUR, and any other general literatures. Coming to the post-market surveillance in medical devices, which has a predicate device in the general medical devices, as a part of the license condition, any suspected unexpected serious adverse events need to be reported to the regulator, and the action taken should also, including the recall action, if anything has just been planned, need to reach the regulator within the 15 days. So it's a critical condition and part of your license. In post-market surveillance for investigational medical devices, there are certain key elements. One is signal and the risk evaluation, which I have mentioned in the initial plan. Then there is a risk management plan. The risk benefit evaluation should on the intended use, the summary of the safety concerns, the benefits, and the risk benefit analysis. PSUR are expected to be submitted within every 6 months, and generally it is for a period of 2 years. It can be extended because based on the PSUR data of a 6-month data that has been submitted over a period of 2 years, if there is a need or if there is some safety findings of concerns that have been identified, it could be extended for another 2 years by the central licensing authority. And if there is any suspected unexpected events, it is during the phase of conduct of PSUR, it is expected to inform the licensing authority, whether it's state or the central licensing authority, within a span of 15 days. These are some of the key terminologies which are used in the post-market surveillance. One is serious adverse events, means an untoward medical occurrence that lead to either death, serious deterioration in health of the subject, and then either life-threatening, permanent impairment of a body or a body structure or a function, requiring inpatient hospitalization or prolongation of the existing hospitalization, resulting in a medical or a surgical intervention to prevent the life-threatening illness or injury or permanent impairment to a body structure or a body function. Fetal distress, fetal death, and genital abnormality or birth defects. They all are considered to be very serious deterioration in the health, constituted under the serious adverse events. Next key terminologies in post-market surveillance is recall. It is any action taken by the manufacturer or the authorized agent or the supplier to remove a medical device from the market or retrieve a medical device from a person to whom it has been supplied because the device is hazardous to health or fail to conform to the claims made by the manufacturer relating to the quality, safety of the device, or does not retract or meet the requirements of the acts and the rules. These terminologies and these are the base concept of post-market surveillance plan, the standard operating procedure, the frequency that is being expected to communicate with the licensing authorities, and the expected review of their risk management, quality management system. These are the basic concepts. So moving from the basic concept, I'm just moving to next key organization that helps in post-market surveillance. As I mentioned, there are certainly as part of QMS, definitely the post-market surveillance need to be carried out by the manufacturer, but the reporting of serious or the adverse event limited to certain cases only. And even in that case, also regulatory authorities have collaborated with another institution, like one such institution is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, an organization which is jointly formed by the CDSCO and for an activity called Material Vigilance Program of India. Another foreign institute and the government of India is collaborating in such activities. And through the program, the routine or the adverse events, previous adverse events, related matters can also be reported for analysis. So the key steps in the material vigilance program involves the detection, assessment, understanding, and the prevention of the risks. So this program was conceptualized in 2015 and 2015, in 2017-18. Sri Tratirna Institute of Medical Sciences in Trivandrum was the national center. And from 2018 onwards, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission started actively working as a national center, and various programs were launched in terms of communication regarding the material vigilance program, the analysis of the programs. And in 21-23, even this material vigilance programs has started reporting or analyzing reports and publishing the reports to various organizations and stakeholders. And there is also, in coming slide, there will be more details on the software that has been developed for encouraging reporting activities. In the next session, probably the sentence will be giving the details on that. So in short, there is a reporting form, which is called the Medical Device Adverse Reporting Form. It is available in the Indian Pharmacopoeia website. The guidance documents are also available to give clarity on what to be reported, how to be reported, when to be reported. There is a mobile app for reporting, and also a toll-free number, 1800 number is available for reporting various incidents. And it can be used by manufacturers, healthcare professionals, patients directly, or any other stakeholders who come across an adverse event or a serious adverse event with the device. The reports received in IPC would be analyzed in IPC. And once the complete information is available, it has been entered into the database. And it has also been reviewed by an expert panel, clinical experts, to identify whether the incident has been the root cause of the incident. And the explanations, the analysis that has been submitted by the manufacturer or analyzed at this panel to see whether what is the trend, what are the signals overall across India for the same sector of devices and the similar sector of devices, and then also pass on the communication to CDSCO for necessary regulatory actions. So as I mentioned earlier, these are the 4 organizations which joined to work for creating a material vigilance program of India. So I just kept to the time. It's 3:15, 15 minutes I went up. Thank you. If there are any other queries, please.
Thank you, Ajay. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Second. Mhm. I will skip this slide. This is detailed by the already by Ajay. In our country, we have different vigilance program. For drug, we have pharmacovigilance. For medical device, we have material vigilance. For vaccines, we have vigilance program AEFI. Similarly, for blood and blood product, we have hemovigilance. During our stakeholders meeting, they also suggested, why can't you make separate program for IVD? So this IVD has been used only by the pathologist, but in other programs, they are pharmacologists. These are utilized in the hospital setup, but this IVD has been utilized in the laboratory setup. Why can't you make the separate vigilance program for the IVD? Then at the stage, we cannot go with the separate vigilance program. Then we thought of, okay, instead of going for the separate vigilance program, first we will initiate the program step by separate reporting form. With that, we have made the separate reporting for IVD. Globally, we don't have any such separate form for vigilance reporting for the IVD. With the help of all the stakeholders, we made the vigilance reporting form. Under the post-market space, okay, pre-market, we have stringent regulatory requirement. We did everything perfect. But when coming to the post-market phase, it is two types. We do as per the proactive post-market surveillance and reactive. Proactive, we do everything perfect. We do trend analysis. We monitor. We do batch testing as per the specification. Matching, we will control on the specification of the raw material, and we have control on the product specification. Reactive, once we react based on the complaint. Under PMS, we have different stakeholders. The more important the PMS, the more responsibility lie with the manufacturer of the IVD. These are the stakeholders. End user are the procurement agencies, manufacturers are importers, licensing authorities like CDSCO and SLA, and testing laboratory. These 4 stakeholders are more important in case of PMS. The user, they have to perform the test as per the manufacturer instruction of the leaflet. If they will do error, then the intended purpose of the test will not be proper. If they do during test, if they skip some steps, that's why I told already the product insert should give the clear picture about the assay methodology. They have to give pictorial representation, how the specimen has been taken, how it has been tested, what is the test, how this test has been, result has been interpreted, what is the positive and what is the negative, how it is interpreted. That's why the user must aware these things, and they have to maintain the storage condition for the recommended storage condition to keep the product stable, and they have to identify and they have to document it, and they have to cooperate while doing the testing. And manufacturers and importers, what are the responsibility? They have to do the performance quality control release of the product, and they have to classify the complaints whether it is a major, moderate or minor. Accordingly, the reporting timeline will vary. That's why they have to do the classification of the complaint, and they must have the protocol and the separate team to act on any complaints. What is the responsibility of the licensing authority? They have to identify, designate some laboratory to do the quality check, and they have to also take the inspection and investigation. If any complaint arise continuously, if any false positive or false negative, we send our inspectors. They will go and take the samples, and they will again send to laboratory. If further any failures, we will go take the regulatory actions. We will issue SOCAs, and later we may go for the suspension or cancellation of the license. Testing laboratory, what is their responsibility? They have to receive the product and they store the product as per the recommended storage condition. They have to prepare the validation standard protocols. They must have the panels available with them, and if any failures are there, they have to again report to the manufacturer as well as the regulator, concerned regulator. These are the classifications and examples for a serious and moderate and mild. Serious, that is the examples I given is one or more individuals received the COVID-19 contaminated blood samples because of the false negative result. Another example for moderate, this is the invalid rate is increased 5%. It is not the high risk, but the invalid is exceed the 5%. That's why moderate. And if sometimes the user also have the do the errors, that is also comes under the moderate risk. Sometimes the package will be broken. They will avoid to test this product. That will comes under the mild adverse event. This is the process to who can report and where to report, when to report. The when to report is a more important. If any serious adverse event is happened, within 5 working days, they have to report to the material vigilance program. A subsequent follow-up report they can submit within 30 days from the event. Any moderate adverse event, they have to submit within 30 days. All complaint annually, they can submit to the regulators, concerned regulators as CDSCO or SLA. Where to report, my colleagues already explained. And why to report, that is the more important. If you see, I came from Delhi. If you see in Karnataka also, in most of the part, we have n number of pathology laboratories. If you see number of complaints which is reported to the material vigilance program, it is very minimal. I have the data. From that you can come to know that how we are poor in the reporting of the any complaint related to the IVD. It is a moral or ethical responsibility to safeguard the health of the public. Is some of the alert we are issued through the CDSCO. If you see, 2 things are related to the IVD, which we are issued for the blood grouping sera. It is categories under IVD, and mycobacterium growth indicator tube for the TB. Product recall that I am skipping. This already explained by the Ajay Basil. This is the incident. It is reported in Times of India. Within 5 years, there are 1,000 transfusions they did with the HIV positive. How it is happened? False negative. How dangerous it is? Simply we tell it is IVD tested outside the body, no risk. If some HIV is transmitted to somebody's, how dangerous? You have to think. These are the medical device adverse event monitoring centers. This slide I have taken from the PVP MVPI Pharmacopoeia Commission. They have throughout the India total 547 centers they have. This ice cube, this information already explained by the Ajay. This is the thing. They made the online portal to reporting the any adverse event by the DCG office. In August 2024, our Honorable Minister of Health, they have released this portal. As I already told, this month we have launched the separate IVD reporting form. This is the event photograph. This is the clipping of this form. It is having 5 pages. The customer user reporting form, there is no change. It is a simple, it is available in all vernacular regional languages also. These changes we did only for the professionals as well as manufacturers, importers, program divisions. For them, this detailed information we need to tackle the analyze and react on the complaints. In this earlier, there is no checklist. What are the documents need to be submitted? Even be requested to submit the photograph or videograph of the test which is produced, any malfunctions or false positive, false negative or invalid result. This photograph or videos they can submit through this form. This is way the IPC analyze the data from the, they will collect the complaint by using the different sources, and they have mechanism. If any incomplete details, they will send back to the centers. Again, they complete the form, and again it will reach us to the IPC. There they have two-tier system. Initially, they will review, and if required, it is discussed in the review expert committee. After expert committee, they have the stakeholders meeting. In the stakeholders meeting, CDSU also one of the stakeholders. If any regulatory actions need to be recommended, the IPC will recommend to the CDSCO to react on that complaint, and based on that recommendation, we issue SOCAS or further investigation need to be carried out by the CDSCO level. This is the data. Initially, the reporting is very low. Later on, it is the year by year, the reporting is increased after making awareness program by the Material Vigilance Program of India. This is the data I already told. They have taken 25 medical devices, which include 2 IVD also. You see the number of complaints received with respect to IVD. One is pregnancy test strip, another one is for glucometer. We don't have any complaint about the other critical IVDs. Even COVID, it is not reported here. Even HIV, it is not reported here. This is the system we have. That's why we need to have the awareness and improve the reporting system of IVD in India. Simple pregnancy test strip can cause the adverse event. Thank you.
Yeah, question.
Yeah.
We make a subsidy that's provided and exported abroad. It's not sold in India. And
Sir, related to medical device, can you take our select it?
Look, what my colleague Basil and Stella Senthil has explained, we are talking about the finished product. Finished product means the product which is available in the market for use on the patient. Component is not the part of that. What you are talking about the component. Malfunctioning of the component or particular component is not meeting the requirement. It is the part during the manufacturing process that need to be rectified. So when you talk about the post-marketing surveillance, when it is used for its intended purpose to the customer or the patient, any untoward events is occurred, that has to be reported through that system. Am I answered your question?
Not really, because we don't market the final product. It's exported 100%. And whether or not a customer comes back to us saying that they had an incident or whatever in the market, we have not had any complaints so far. So like when it comes to filling out the information that's required for the manufacturing license, we're not able to pinpoint exactly how to answer the question.
Again, here two things is there. One is the component. If the component what you're talking, it attacks the definition, it is sold separately, then there is a scope for the reporting of the data. So wherever that complaint you are receiving on your product, that has to be reported to the licensing authority. And also you need to take the causality assessment and all that closing report, you have to maintain that as per your SOP for the PMS.
Okay, so now suppose because it's a component that's going into my customer's finished device, right? Only if they come back to us with a complaint, it will be entered into my PMS, right? Otherwise, there's no way for me to enter anything into the PMS.
That is why now, if the component it detects the definition, definitely you need to take the license. And once you have the license, you have to adhere with the requirement of the license, norms of the medical device rules. If it is not comes under the regulation, no, it is the finished product. If the finished product where that component is used, if that finished product has some issue on the quality, definitely the manufacturer, whosoever is there, their responsibility to report.
So they report it in Italy.
If any report, any event reported globally to any of the authority, and it is a medical devices, definitely you need to inform to the licensing authority here.
Okay. So right now, like we're in the process of applying for everything, and we don't have the PMS information on this. Like how
Once you apply for the license, authority will ask you what is your PMS protocol. You need to submit the protocol, and also the site where that you are going to manufacture the particular product, that has to be inspected with respect to the conformance of the QMS. So while doing that, all the problems means we understand it is a medical devices. It requires the license. License means you have to adhere with the requirement of the medical device rules, also what the protocol says, and conditions of the license. Right?
okay.
Hope you are
We're
satisfied.
still going around in circles, I think.
You discuss separately, okay? Better. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question? Related to IVD or medical device?
Hello. Yeah, this is related to medical devices. But specifically, I would say AI as a medical devices where
Yeah. Tell me.
so this is specifically related to AI as a medical devices where the model gets updated, where you learn what we call deep learning. So as the data comes in and you know that there has been an adverse event, the model kind of continues to improve. So recently FDA has come up with some guidelines on updating your model itself. So how does CDSCO look at this where the algorithm that is kind of making the prediction of cancer, no cancer is also changing with time? And then how does the report, let's say I have a prediction for a cancerous device, oral cancer, and model is not confident. I know that it's not confident, so I routed to a is that really a adverse event where the AI has made a wrong prediction? So how can we go about updating this, and are there any guidelines on what we need to report? Because if it's already planned that we're going to update the model, should we really be reporting it?
Like any other devices, it needs to be reported whether it's an AI or not. I believe what I understand is that it's a software that is initially designed, and there is an event that the AI has to diagnose certain conditions. Initially, the software was intended to diagnose, and it is somehow.
So any device will have a sensitivity and specificity. So when you scale to 1,000,000 patients, 1,000 false cases are going to happen, right? So you're saying we should report the 1,000 cases, and we can potentially improve the model to reduce that 1,000.
Improvement is another criteria for the continuous process. Reporting also is a value stage to let the regulator also to know that certain sensor, because based on the risk and benefit ratio, the licenses will be tracked. So at the time of submission, this was the risk which you have communicated to us. So if there are higher risks, if there is no risk for the field that is some occurrences that happen beyond what was your expectation at the time of design and development, then definitely the regulator will also be alerted that there is a higher risk involved, which is going beyond the benefit that has been seen at the time of research.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Deepak?
Hello, sir. This is Jignesh from Shirametek, and my question is related to medical devices. So we are developing an implantable medical device, which is called coupler. Basically, it is to mechanically couple blood vessels. So in that scenario, what level of clinical evaluation evidence is generally expected under CDSCO? And how can startups like us prepare cost effectively?
The clinical evaluation report depends on one more factor, whether you have conducted a clinical investigation or it's an investigation device. Let us assume that it's an investigation device. Okay, first scenario. So if it's an investigation device, you would have done a clinical investigation in India. And during the clinical investigation phase, you will be monitoring the adverse events related to this information. So they are all become part of the and the investigation report itself is a part of clinical evaluation reports. So clinical inference or clinical evaluation can be seen as a bigger umbrella, under which there is a subset of clinical investigation reports. The second scenario is it's not a medical device, it's not an investigation device. There are many devices in that nature. And your device is in that case, you have to analyze the literatures which are available for your device or your other studies. Then you can also conduct any other active studies like discussed in the morning with the approval of the institutional committees. You can conduct for any approved interviews and studies. And such studies will also be active data on the supplementing to that information, you can also look into the clinical literatures of the same device and other devices. So the literature survey details also comes part of the clinical evidence or clinical evaluation plans.
Okay. Okay. So I have one more question. It's related to manufacturing license of Class A medical devices, which are non-notified and non-sterile. So manufacturing license is needed because during the tender application, we come across that we need to have a manufacturing license. But CDSCO says that manufacturing license is not needed for non-notified and non-sterile medical devices.
Non-notified because all devices are notified. If you are referring to non-sterile, non-measuring devices, for this only registration number is required for that.
So we have that in place and QMS as well. So in that scenario, what should we upload during the tender application? Actually, we tried to do that with a declaration, but they didn't accept. So
I'm not sure which is the tendering authority was involved in. There's a gazette notification which states that for Class A master and ownership devices, registration number is already generated and there is now provision for rules to issue license.
okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. This is Jayashree from InterSense Solutions. Question is related to non-conviction certificate, related to what you mentioned about tendering. Some of the tenders ask for a non-conviction certificate. There is an option to apply online also in the CDSCO Sugam portal. However, if the manufacturing license is past 5 years, it just doesn't let you go forward. While the MDR 2017 says it's in perpetuity and hence it is valid until it is revoked. So how can we resolve this? We are not able to get the.
What is the condition of the status of the retention?
Retention is 5 years. We applied. Yes, it is under process. It is under process, but I think there's an algorithm which says after 5 years, you don't process the non-conviction certificate. It just blocks, it doesn't let you go forward.
Probably it gets enabled.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a long time for the retention license to get renewed. So those 6 months or 7 months, we are unable to apply for any of the tenders. Yes, sir.
To manufacturing application, we have to see case to case, maybe there's a particular case. In general, retention application doesn't go for 6 months duration. It's very quick turnaround time. But specific case, it's a specific case which we need to address.
Okay. If there's anything that can be done with the algorithm to look at it, that's also a request.
Yeah, in general, because there's also concept of deemed cancellations. So we are not sure whether it's been retained or not. Some license is without the late fee. Then it gets deemed cancelled.
So could we write to some authority saying we require the non-conviction certificate and this is the status of our retention license. Hence, could you please release it for this tender?
Also, I advise another way around is that you can try, when your license is going to get expired and you can take non-conviction certificate in advance. And probably you can use all that non-conviction certificate in all the tenders that will happen.
So this particular tender, they said 1 year validity of non-conviction certificate, what we had taken previously.
6 months and 1 year. So I have taken an advance non-conviction certificate. I can use it for all multiple applications. Even that buffer time of 6 months can be.
This is something going forward we'll be able to do because we weren't aware of this.
We will try to address it. This is one way out. They can expect before the date of retention and then apply in advance.
Okay.
We'll take the last one then.
Hello, sir. This is Alden Fernandez from Genie Laboratories. So I have 2 questions actually. So is the CDSCO doing something to work together with US FDA or CII agencies so that, the process is fastened after the inspection? If you want to export the products to those geographies. Oh, you mean to say the regulatory along with the different regulatory authorities for audit of your manufacturing facility? Yes, sir. There are certain discussions, but right now it's not thing. Right now we don't have such alliances, but maybe in future. Okay. So my second question is in terms of exploration. The list which is given on the portal, many of the institutes unfortunately have stopped testing, even if it is the latest list, and some of them don't have samples. So when we approach these private agencies or even the government agencies, we face this as stumbling blocks. So this is something just wanted to bring it to your notice. Say for instance, tuberculosis samples or any other samples for influenza and all. So many of them don't have the necessary samples for evaluation.
You can apply based on the availability of the panels which you got. not in the laboratory, validation center.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for the questions. I kindly request Mr. Gaurav to felicitate both our speakers. Yeah. Mr. Ajay and Mr. Santhil, Dr. Santhil, please. I request Nilanjana to felicitate both the speakers. Sir, please. Moving on to the end of our session, I request Mr. Asim Sahu to have his closing remarks for the workshop.
So finally, we have come to the end. And since morning we have discussed lots on the medical device regulation. We have covered the important thing, that is the post-marketing surveillance with respect to the and vigilance reporting with respect to the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. Also the regulation on the software, that is the specific requirement to the software, because the existing rules does not support the actual requirement of the software. So what the requirement is, specific requirement, and also the classification. The existing classification criteria for the software is also some limitations. So in the guidance document, you may see also what the classification criteria we are going to adopt for the software classifications. Though it is a guidance document, it is not in the rule, but initially we have come up with the classification and the specific requirement. So the brief about the technical requirement with respect to the software we have discussed today. Also the post-marketing, along with the post-marketing surveillance, we have discussed on the clinical performance evaluation and performance evaluation with respect to the in vitro diagnostics. Where it is required, I hope all have now clarified that clinical performance evaluation is required in case of the new in vitro diagnostics, and the performance evaluation report is generally required for the devices which belongs to the high risk, that is class C and class D in vitro diagnostic devices. So these are the major that points we have discussed today, and I hope every stakeholders, every participants gathered here and all attended through online, they must have the clarification on the issues what we have discussed together. Certain questions also we have addressed, we have tried to address certain questions. If you have that other question and other questions, more questions on the specific topic, either you can circulate through CII utilizing this forum to address that concerns, or anytime you can also approach to the CDSCO through personal hearing or through PRO or through appointment to clarify it. One thing I want to just tell you, any doubt on the regulatory, please contact to the regulators. Don't approach any consultant with respect to the regulatory guidance. This is that the issue, because many times we have seen our consultant has given this direction, we have approached, still we have not able to get that approval of that particular product. And the efforts what we initiated, our entire team from the headquarters, we have come to just interact with you people to give the clarification and address the concern what you have in your mind. Still, it is not the end, it is just starting. Anytime, any platform, wherever there is a possible, CDSCO is ready to interact with the people to address their concern. And thank you so much for attending and also supporting CDSCO in organizing such type of programs. Thank you very much from my end, and a special thanks to the CII to give the support to the authority for organizing this type of the workshop for the benefit of the industry and ecosystem for medtech sector in the country. Thank you very much to all of you. And also from the CDSCO and from the DCGI, again the message to you, be fair with the regulators. Whatever the actual problems, come with the actual problems. Don't hide anything regarding the regulatory issues. We are here to provide handhold support, whatever the support we require, and we are in support of growth of this sector without compromising the quality of the product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. At the end, I call Mr. Gaurav for his vote of thanks.
So we are at the very fag end of the program. Thank you very much for very vibrant discussions. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Aseem Sahu, Dr. Raj Shekhar, Dr. Sela, Dr. Basil for making this an interaction with the industry, which was absolutely worth everybody's time in the pre-festive days. Thank you very much for your rapt attention. I'd also like to warmly thank CCamp for their support. We had the opportunity to visit the campus, see some brilliant startups doing some very disruptive work, makes us even more confident of Brand India. And lastly, but not least, I'd like to thank the CII Secretariat for putting this program together. And as I'd said in the past, that it's extremely rare that the top regulatory body of the country holds 3 workshops with the industry stakeholders in less than 6 months. You know, this shows the progressive attitude of the regulator in helping India transition from being a net importer to a net exporter of medical device technologies. And we look forward to many more such sessions. There are a lot of good suggestions that have come through this forum. If there are any more questions for the paucity of time, please do feel free to write to CII. We will take them up with CDSCO and hopefully you'll get resolution. Thank you very much for your rapt attention and happy festive season ahead. Thank you.
With that, we officially close this workshop. Everyone, thank you everyone for your participation.